Meeting of the Finance Standing Committee is called to order at 9:59 a.m. on May 8th, 2025. We'll start with a roll call vote. Alderwoman Finlayson.
Present.
Alderwoman O'Neill.
Present.
Alderman Huntley. Present. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as provided.
Move approval of the agenda as written.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And do we have a motion to approve the May 7th, 2025 Finance Committee meeting?
Move approval of the minute.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Excellent. All right, well, we're jumping into negotiations for planning and zoning. So,
Negotiations, sir?
sorry, deliberations. I keep calling it
Thank you.
negotiation. Yeah.
You
should-
can't make that mistake because
I
the
know.
messages will go out there. You know?
We'll get,
You don't want that.
we'll start arguing with each other. All right. So, yeah, I'll just say, let's see. I don't think I have any notes on amendments here. Any thoughts from either of you?
I have one question. We're in the process of moving AIPPC into planning and zoning. It's not in there. Still in Parks.
That's correct.
Is that an amendment? Well, no, because we've got legislation on the table that should be passed soon.
Correct. We were going to draft a mayor's proposed amendment to move AIPPC under planning and zoning and not from Recs and Parks, because I believe that should be, hopefully that legislation will be final by the time we finalize the budget.
Right. That legislation is in the works, and I think that it did it go to rules?
Among other things, it has to come to us. Yeah, next week.
That doesn't-
No, I feel very strongly that we cannot make moves in the budget that are contrary to our code. This is what I said yesterday. If the code says very clearly that AIPPC reports to the Rec and Parks Director, we can't put in the budget that they report to the planning. That would be illegal.
Mr. Chair, I disagree that it would be illegal. It is our budget.
No, it is
And-
our code.
Well, it is our code also. Okay, we can agree to disagree, but there can be a discussion about this. So, but anyway, we have other departments that we're moving around also. And the budget is a working document. So it can be changed at any time and it can be amended at any time.
Right. So we can go back and change it after the
Or we
code
can
change.
do it in reverse. But
We cannot. And I'm going to ask our city attorney to come clarify that.
that's fine.
Ms. Jackson, would you have our city attorney come up and explain or give his opinion on this? Thank you. Okay. So your question was about AIPPC. So are we good on this?
Yes.
And we talked about the urban forester. Alderwoman Finlayson, did you want to change the urban forester? I know we had that discussion with Mr. Adams.
I don't know whether we're changing it. We're adding an assistant to the forester, are we not? That's the note I have on page 73.
There will be 2 urban foresters in the FY26 budget.
That
We're
would-
waiting on a revised staffing summary from Director of Planning and Zoning.
So in the budget, there are 2.
Yes, so that part of the 515 that's in the watershed restoration fund that we've added for tree funding will cover a position.
Okay. I had another question about the renaming of the economic diversity specialist. And that probably came from the common class study, but I'm in disagreement with that title. It doesn't accurately reflect our intent for that position. That is the minority business person, is it not? And that's what it should reflect, I believe, in the budget. It was small and minority business at its original inception. and I have a note about where that position is, or whether it all falls under economic diversity special.
Correct. Your recollection is correct.
Okay, so could we change that title to
If-
clearly reflect what it is?
Would you like to do a finance committee, or would you like to submit us? So this is more. So naming conventions of positions is more properly aligned with the class and the pay plan resolution that will come before you.
Okay, then I guess I should ask Ms. Buckland how we make this change. I do remember that we did make some title changes when we were dealing with the resolution.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at, where we had caught most of them, and economic diversity specialist was the final title that got approved. If that's something that that council would like to revisit, Jake is correct. That's within the pay plan, and that would then flow into the budget.
So what does that mean? Can we
So
change it?
you'll want to make when the pay plan comes before you for this next year, you'll want to make those amendments
Yeah.
to that.
Well, I don't want this to go into the budget for this year, not clearly reflecting what it is. So you're saying I have to wait a year?
No.
No.
Go ahead.
The one for this year.
Didn't we approve the pay plan?
There should be an FY26 version that I'm following up on. So I will flag that,
Okay.
and Jake, maybe you and I can connect then.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that was one of my questions. The other had to do with the housing authority. And I don't know whether this is in Rexham Park. Last year we allocated, I think, $60,000 for the pool. And we're managing the pool, and it's free to the residents. Is that in?
Yes, ma'am. It's 45,000.
It's 45,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is it in Rexham Park's budget, or is it in?
Wrexham Park's pool division. Yes.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure that. I think Mr. Kubiak mentioned the spending on HACA, and I guess that's more for inspection. And I'm looking for, what is it, 80,000 for inspection.
That is in non-allocated. The 80 that's in non-allocated. That's the
Okay.
80,000 that we send over annually.
Okay. All right, Mr. Chair, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. I have one minor amendment, and I'm hoping we can discuss a little bit how best to do this. So my understanding was that we had increased. I think this was part of our budget presentation. One of the things that I had said, and I think a couple other folks said during our priorities meeting, was wanting to make sure that the cost that we're keeping up with increased costs for holiday decorations. And I think that's reflected in planning and zoning. But we actually went down by $5,000 from last year. So my potential amendment, and I'd like to hear thoughts from both my colleagues on this, is I'd like to, again, what we're seeing is that we are getting less decorations because the cost of them are going up. So I'd like to bump this, what we currently have is $70,000 for the Downtown Annapolis Partnership, up to $80,000, which would cover both the $75,000 that it was last year, so reversing that cut, and also give an additional $5,000 to keep up with it.
Can I provide context, just historical
Yeah.
context? So, sorry, last year, so historically that's been 50,000 to DAP. Last year, Alderwoman Tierney put forth an amendment to increase it 25,000 that was using one-time funds. And then, of course, since we can't reuse one-time funds, right, we just did increase it. So it's 50. We increased it from 50 to 20. Sorry, to 70,000 recurring funds of 20,000. Just wanted to provide historical context here.
Thank you. That's helpful.
I'm not clear. So where are we getting the 20,000?
It's recurring funds. So last year it went from 50 to 75 using one time. And then, of course, we can't reprogram that, right? So we then increased it from 50,000 base to 70,000 using recurring funds of 20,000.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, I'm not clear why we wouldn't keep it as it is now that you know the history of it.
Yeah, I think that is helpful additional context. And if there is some change that's needed, it could be an individual amendment rather than but okay. So I'm happy to move on.
May I add? We are looking to move the community ambassadors from under Downtown Partnership also, which would free up some additional dollars for them.
Well,
Is that in there?
no, that's not in there in the budget. It wasn't in the FY25.
But they did pay for it out of their funding.
They had an additional grant.
Okay, but they did pay for it out of their funding source.
But not
So-
out of the 70,000.
I understand that, but okay, well,
It was a grant that they requested
Yeah.
on their own. The president of, or the executive director of DAP received a grant for the
From whom?
ambassador. I believe from the state.
It was the state, I think,
Okay.
Housing and Community Development.
okay. All right, well, if that doesn't free up any money for them, that's
Yeah.
okay.
Did you have something
They're
to say?
listed twice here.
Yeah.
Right.
70,000 and 20,000 for in Bloom.
Right. So I was going to ask for clarification on the two listings, but I also have a clarification that we are currently talking to Downtown Annapolis Partnership because they operate under the Main Streets program, and perhaps Buckland can give us more details on that. But there's some things in question as to whether they're in compliance with the Main Streets program. So whether that's a budget issue or not. It is a budget issue if we're line iteming the money if they're not in compliance.
What I would say is that what I have heard from the partnership is that actually no, the city's not talking. That it has not been brought up to them. This is what I was told.
There's your mic on.
It is, but it's not kind of far away from me.
I'm sorry, what has not been discussed with them?
A potential lack of compliance with the Main Streets program.
That was an explicit part of the conversation in the development of the contract with them this year. That was, and multiple conversations as part of that development.
Interesting. Okay. Well, thank you.
May
I don't mean
ask-
to disagree with you. I'm only repeating what I was told.
May I ask, when the Main Street program was created, well, they later merged into the Downtown Partnership, I believe. My memory serves me correctly. And I think they had to get certain approvals in order to merge into the new organization. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they didn't go through the proper channels to get there. But I thought they clearly had merged.
Yeah, obviously this all predates me. My understanding is, so the Main Street program is a national model,
Mhm.
and the state of Maryland is the entity that we get that funding through. My understanding is that there was an independent group, but that DAP did end up taking that over. The mechanics of that I'm not familiar with, but the city's contract with DAP, the previous one and the current one, are based on that Main Street program, and so those requirements are attached to the
Mhm.
contract.
Okay, thank you.
And where are we in those? Is the contract finalized? Has there been a resolution?
Yeah, the contract is active. It was signed and is active.
So they are in compliance with Main Street?
My understanding is that there are some elements of that agreement that have gotten better, but that there are still some elements that are under discussion, where there's some questions about whether all of those requirements have been met.
So Downtown Annapolis Partnership is in full compliance with all the rules and regulations needed in order for the city to be a partner with them and allocate funding to them?
I don't think in terms of the budget resolution, I don't at this point. I'm not going to sit here and say that I don't believe there's any way for DAP to not be in compliance. I think that that's money that the city gets for a particular purpose. Progress has clearly been made. I don't have any particular reason to think that can't continue, but I also think that that's something the city has to stay engaged with.
Okay, so DAP is in compliance so that if we're allocating funding from the city budget to DAP, we are not in violation of any.
I think that's fair, yes.
Thank you.
Thanks. Anything else on planning and zoning? Okay. That's an easy one. All right. Before we move on to police, I want to invite our city attorney to come up. And just so, Mr. City Attorney, basically, we're going back and forth on really in three different places. But the fundamental question is, to what extent can the budget override the code? And the three different places here are, in the mayor's original budget as proposed, it changes the harbor master's office location, which requires a code change, and that's getting brought forth. The other one was in regards to where the Art and Public Places Commission funding is located, which I think we're all pretty much in agreement. We want it to be under planning and zoning rather than rec and parks, but that ordinance is not passed yet. And then the third was with the city attorney's office, which I'm sure is in code. It reports to there and maybe is even in the charter. So let's take the bottom first. Mike Lyles, city attorney. The city attorney is a charter function. So the change would have to occur there. There is nothing about the city attorney established in the code. The establishment of the Office of Law is part of the charter. And so that would require a charter change, which has a procedural rollout that must be comported with. And there are some duties and functions in the code, but everything related to the Office of Law is in the charter, and thus the city attorney is a supervisor there. Additionally, the charter sets forth three main functions outside of the council. The chief executive officer is the mayor. The chief administrative officer is the city manager, and the chief legal officer is the city attorney. So any functional change there would require that charter amendment. With respect to your first question, which relates to the other two positions, is that the budget does not change the code or the charter. The budget establishes the spending priorities by the council for the executive functions in the city. To the extent that the code has to be adjusted or the charter changed, the council would have to proceed in that way in order to effectuate the spending priority. The spending priority coming first could be a precursor to changes in the code and the charter, so that when you change the code and the charter, the funding is there to effectuate the thing that you want done. But there are two separate things that have to occur. And many times, the rationale is, let's put the money in place first. The council's done this before,
and then we change the code to match the funding priorities. But
Okay.
they're two separate actions that have to occur.
So ultimately, I think Alderwoman Finlayson is validated here that those two separate actions, which both have to occur, could occur in either order.
Well, yes, they could occur in either or.
Okay.
You could establish a new office to do something and not fund it until the next budget. That's happened before. Or you could establish this funding for something and then match that function with money later. Or you could do it in reverse order. But the budget does not make a change to the code or the charter.
Right.
Just by virtue of spending.
But we can do those in either order. Is kind of my.
I don't think there's any prohibition on doing it in any fashion.
And so, just to put a very fine point on it, passing a budget that puts the city attorney's office under the city manager is not in violation of our charter.
Well, a budget that sets that forth probably can't do it that way because and I haven't seen the language of what was proposed, but the proposal in the budget does not effectuate that change. It may be as a suggestion to the council to do something else, but it won't happen just because you put money in a certain pot. And I would probably, without seeing the language, if the language were that the money is set aside under the city manager, you might have a problem financially with paying for the Office of Law's function, maybe. And that might be a violation of the charter because you're effectively putting the money for the Office of Law outside of the charter's edict, which is a a funded aspect of the city's functions as chief legal officer or the Office of Law. Not sure how that would play out and if it's appropriate. I would say there would probably need to be that charter change, and any suggestion by the committee to do a function change at this point would merely be a recommendation for moving forward with a charter change. And then you'd have to maybe pass something else that actually funds that change in that way. But I don't think one, in this particular case, would effectuate the funding of the Office of Law appropriately under the current charter.
Okay.
Yeah, because these functions are charter functions as opposed to code functions, like Harbor Master is a code function.
Right.
And so you potentially could be doing all of that at the same time in your budget and then moving for a particular code change, which of course takes less time. You could waive some rules and get it done almost contemporaneous with the passage of the budget, but it would be two separate actions. Charter change, of course, takes a longer time. And then I would submit that those charter changes would have to go to various committees and commissions and then come back. And then after it's passed, it takes 50 days to actually be enacted. Much more complicated process.
Yeah. Do you
May
feel
I?
it? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Lyles. Just for clarity, we can, and I think the intent of the committee all along has been that we will sponsor the legislation that makes these changes, whether it's a charter change for the Office of Law or a code change for the Harbor Master or whatever other departments we're talking about. So we can do those things concurrently. But we should not get into the habit of putting money, making programmatic changes and then not putting the money in the budget. And we've done that in the past, as you've said. So in this fashion, we're putting the money there and making the changes to the programmatic, to the programs. So anyway, thank you.
You're welcome.
I thought I was clarifying that, but then it probably convoluted it some more.
No, it sounded fine.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for being here. All right. Let's keep moving to the police department. So the big thing that I know we've been talking about with the police department, and really I'd turn it over to you, Alderwoman Finlayson, is with putting the adopted community grant under the police department as well as the downtown ambassador. So I know you've been having some conversations with the chief on that. Do you mind
I would love
updating
to.
us?
I had a meeting with Chief Jackson and Major Bradford. Captain Miguez was not in on that day, but I have spoken with her, and I think she's meeting with Mr. Trudeau tomorrow. I'm not talking really well this morning because I was up till midnight writing these damn reports. So, excuse me. Anyway, and they were very agreeable in accepting the Adopt a Community program, the $200,000 in grant funding, as well as an additional staff person to manage this program and maybe the community ambassadors. And they can consume it by reducing the number of foreign officers. Right now, we're funding them at 124, and their normal is about 113. Even though they were able to hire, I think, 7 or 8 this year, they also lost 7 or 8 in retirement, so they haven't gained much. And that has been our story for many years. So anyway, I was very pleased that they were excited because this expands their community policing model and helps them to get even closer to the community. And through the Adopt a Community program, they have a new cadre of community leaders working with them in our challenged communities where we need the most support. And so they were very, I didn't have to twist any arms or do anything other than, what do you think? And the chief was all over it, as well as Mr. Bradford. Captain Miguez, a little more hesitant because she's the budget guru, and it's like, what are we giving up? And I said, but what are you gaining? So, and I have a feeling Ms. Moran wants to speak to that.
I just wanted to add that, yes, we do have a meeting scheduled tomorrow with that department and all the players. And it is in question of what is being decreased then, and whether everything that's being added and subtracted is in line with what's reoccurring and not reoccurring. So there is some conversation still to be had. And we will follow up as soon as we have more feedback on what exactly is being changed.
Well, I guess my question is, since we fund them for 124, is the expectation that they would already be utilizing the monies they're not spending in the hiring?
Not necessarily. There is some turnover that is included as an expectation in 26 in that department particularly. So it's not always a 1-for-1 either. So that's why we really need to dive in the conversation with them of what they're, for lack of better terms, willing to give up to add that in there, and what the dollar value nets to.
Okay. My hope is that it is a recurring expense, not a one-time program.
Right. So that was just my caution, is just to make sure they're aware that if this is a recurring expense, that what you're giving up is going to carry forward in the future years. So if it's a position or what that be, then now your staffing is going to reflect that going forward.
Right. And we did talk very briefly about, and it's in their report actually, the fact that we're not planning ahead for development and increases in their numbers based on new developments coming online. So, but that was just a note from one of their challenges, I think. The police or fire? That may have come from fire. Anyway, Mr. Chair, I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, thank you. So I think, it sounds like we maybe have a little bit more work to do with the finance director, but ultimately the concept is to take some of the additional funding that we've been allocating but not spending for sworn officers, and redirect that to the Adopt a Community grant and the downtown ambassador, as well as evidently a staff person to manage them.
I did not speak to the ambassadors program, so I'll briefly. The chief was also in agreement that he could consume them. That was another $100,000.
Right.
And the staff person we talked about hiring for the adopted community could also manage the ambassadors program.
Excellent. So, yeah, I'm sorry. Do you have something to say, Ms. Moran?
I was just going to say, so that is included in that 350 total that you mentioned?
Yes.
So 200 was the grant, and then the 150 was the ambassadors and personnel piece?
200, 100, and the 250 was for the staff.
200?
200 for the adopted community, 100 for the ambassadors. That's 300. And then what was the total? I gave you 350. So the 50 was for the staff person to manage the two programs.
Okay.
And that was my best guess yesterday. So, and I think Captain Miguel sent some other numbers. I was looking.
Okay.
I'm going to guess it might need to be closer to 400 than if we're talking
Yes, I was
about
going to
this.
say, I think
But
50,000.
ultimately, the point is 200 to adopted community, 100 to ambassadors, and a staff.
Yes, and we will follow up once we have more details.
Thank you. But at this time, I think the committee should have a motion to include this as a recommendation in our report, that those two column grant or contractual programs plus the staff member to manage them, which would come from sworn office.
I'll make that motion
All right.
that we include adopt the community and the community ambassadors in the Annapolis Police Department budget.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Excellent.
So is that a finance committee amendment then? Or is that a Sheila?
Do we need a committee amendment for that?
Right. So yeah. So my intention, and I'm happy to hear different thoughts from you two, but my intention was when we vote on these and say we want them to be recommendations, that then those would be finance committee amendments. And even though there are a couple that I was on the losing end of, I would be responsible for making sure that they got submitted. Is that all right with both of you?
Yes, I'm good. I just want Mr. Trudeau, are we following the process? When does the finance committee amendment, or are these when? Did we miss the deadline yet?
No. You guys are good. Can you clarify this amendment that you're discussing?
Yeah. So what we're discussing right now is that it would be $200,000 for the adopted community program, $100,000 for the downtown Annapolis ambassador program, and one staff member, cost of which to be determined, to manage those, and that it would be paid for by out of the positions that are currently budgeted but not actually hired for within the police department. Yep. Thank you. And I think, we want to, I think all of us want to make sure that that is something that the chief and the folks over there are comfortable with. And it sounds like there's still a little bit of work to do to make sure that we have it entirely buttoned up, but I want to get the intention down.
And I am changing, as I speak, the report from the police department, so it will reflect it.
All right.
Right. Thank you.
Yep. We voted on it, right? We already did it. Aye.
Did we vote? Yes, we did.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead. There was something else.
I was just going to question I know that we been talking about the speed camera.
That is what I was going to bring up. Yes, thank you.
And I know that we've gone back and forth with Captain Miguez about the total cost, the need for the uniform officer to review those. Do we want to include
Yes. So
funding for at least the study of where the speed cameras need to go to?
yeah, what I asked the police department for, and what I have not yet received, is what do you need to get speed cameras in place by the end of the year? Is there a budgetary need? And I don't have the answer on that yet, but I would love to include as a recommendation from the finance committee that we can maybe even set a ceiling for it, say up to $50,000, that we provide the police department with what they need to get speed cameras by the
It's going to be a lot more than 50,000. Told us. They talked about 1,000, depending
Yeah.
on speed. In
May I ask a question?
Sure.
We have, I'm calling them camera monitors, for lack of a better description, in the police department. I believe we have 2 now. Could they not be utilized for speed camera
What was your-
monitoring?
sorry, repeat that.
We have 2 camera monitors in the police department, 2 people who are following their cameras or looking and sitting there doing that.
I was told that speed cameras currently, in order to review them, has to be a uniformed officer by state law.
Yeah.
Even though the state loosened the requirements on where you could put the speed cameras, they did not loosen the requirement on who can review them and the legality of who is reviewing them. So there was some question about whether we wanted to petition the state to make that change. And that was one of the things that Captain Miguez said from March 12th Transportation Committee meeting. Captain Miguez said that currently they have 5 speed cameras. Every speed camera equals approximately 50 situations per day that have to be reviewed. Every citation must be reviewed for accuracy, and that they needed to do an analysis of the revenue from speed cameras, and that Captain Miguez was supposed to follow up as far as revenue, cost of. I'm trying to look through my notes really quickly. And that we were to talk to, per state law, the sworn officer has to be the reviewer. So it's not the camera monitors in other
Right.
cases. And that Lieutenant Krause was sending us traffic safety data.
Do we know that our camera monitors are not off-duty sworn officers?
We don't know that.
ultimately, I think this is it is revenue positive, right? Like it's 200. We're already having $283,000 revenue from the existing 5 cameras. So it's not. I don't think this is a long-term expense. It's a long-term revenue source, even though that's not why we're doing it. But the question is, do they need money to get it set up? And that was what I had asked the police department. And I think what I'd like to see is the finance committee recognizing that would, even if we don't know exactly what the amount of investment would be, that it is almost certainly a wise investment for us to make, and that it's something that we should support because it's going to be good for the budget, but more importantly, it's good for citizens' safety.
So I would make a motion for an amendment to add speed cameras, funding for additional speed cameras in the city.
Sure. Yeah, we can leave it open how much exactly it is. And at the end of the day, right, if it comes back it's $500,000, well, then maybe it's not a good deal and we don't want to do that. But until we get that actual number back from the police department, I would like to see that. So is there a second, Alderwoman?
I'll second it, but I need clarification.
Sure.
Probably should ask for clarification first. Are we talking about funding for the speed cameras, or are we talking about funding for the monitors for the speed cameras?
We were talking
All
about
one.
The amendment sounded like speed cameras. I didn't hear a mention of monitors. So is that the intent, to include all the expenses related to speed cameras, which would mean a monitor or more?
No.
Or are we just talking about the camera?
my intention is solely to what they would need to get the cameras put in by the end of the year. That's what I asked the police department for. I think that again, because this is the revenue source, it would cover the cost of it.
I understand that. I'm just asking for
Yeah.
clarification. What's the motion that we're voting on?
Sure.
So is it, and I'll ask the maker of the motion, Alderwoman O'Neill, are you talking about including all the, whatever it costs to put the cameras in by the end of the year, which will include the monitor? I'm in support. I just want clarification.
Right. It is my understanding that the cost that Captain Miguez is getting back to us would be the cost to include somebody to monitor the additional camera.
So-
At currently, 2 monitors monitoring approximately 50 occurrences per day is unsustainable to add another 5 cameras onto the current workload of that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm guessing that monitor must be a uniformed police officer.
Okay.
You asked that question earlier, and I said I didn't know, but I'm assuming that that's the case. I'll assume here,
Right,
whether
right.
you're not supposed to just assume or not. So my amendment or my motion putting forward would be to put a placeholder for speed cameras until we find out the exact cost, and that we would be interested in moving forward with funding speed cameras by the end of the year in
Okay.
locations deemed necessary.
I think the one thing I'll add on this, and then I want our budget manager's input, but my worry if we include potentially a new camera monitor is that we then go from this being a one-time fund thing to being a recurring fund, right? If it's $50,000 for them to do a study and maybe buy the equipment that's ultimately going to be a revenue source, we can do that with one-time funds. We're talking about adding another position. Is that what you were going to say, Mr. Trudeau? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we could talk to Captain Miguez and see, what are the true expenses, what's all encompassing, right? And then we can come back to you all and with that information, we can further discuss timelines. So if your intention right now is a program, right, you can put forth that, and then we can hash out the details of it all.
Right. And I think that ultimately we're also going to be petitioning the state to see if there's a change in that requirement of a uniformed officer. If it's a trained professional,
Yeah.
we have to find out those answers too. So there's a lot of questions to be answered in that. But I'd like a placeholder of we'd like this to move forward if everything falls into place.
Understood.
That's good.
And that's a discussion with our delegation, that because that was legislation that had been introduced that was defeated. So
So,
All right.
Mr. Chair, could we repeat that amendment for the record? Or Alderwoman O'Neill?
So the recommendation is to put in a placeholder that indicates the Finance Committee's support for adding additional speed cameras. And while recognizing that we require additional information on what precisely that would take.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
No,
Having
it wasn't a
sidebar.
question.
Oh,
It was a statement.
Repeating the amendment.
I'm just trying to repeat the motion.
oh, you were looking at. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just always looking at you.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Did you get it all? You shouldn't have to go back and watch the video to figure this out.
All right. Is there anything else within police that we'd like to
Is there a
discuss?
vote on the
yeah, we need to
amendment?
vote. All those in favor say aye.
Hi.
Aye.
Aye, of the amendment to be inclusive of all costs.
Well, we don't know what cost it's going to be inclusive of. It's a placeholder.
I understand that,
Yeah.
but it would still be for all the costs. That's what I heard the conversation say.
Was that yes? Hi.
Yeah, it was passed. Motion carried. All right. Anything else within police?
Did you have any questions about the drone program?
I did, but I had some conversations, and I am less skeptical of the amount of funding that was put. It seemed
sorry,
to,
which-
The drone program.
yeah. So there's 2 sets of funds here. One is to purchase. I think they're calling them unmanned aerial systems or something like that. And then the other is a contract to get the program set up. And I'm not seeing where it is.
45,000 for unmanned aircraft systems.
Right. That's the actually buying them.
And then the contract services was
On page 79.
79, correct?
I don't think it is.
Is it that includes funding for contractual UAS
yeah.
program manager?
Yeah, which we were told was $102,000, which just struck me as particularly high. But after having some conversations and understanding more about frankly, the hourly cost of the consultants who can set that up, a little more.
Okay, so we're good there.
Yeah.
Fire.
Yeah, I think moving on to fire then.
I have a question for Ms. Buckland. When we had our hearing with the fire department, they discussed the need for an IT personnel, and I was told that you've had a conversation with IT about possibly using contractual services for that.
Yeah, there are several different efforts that are going on at the county level with respect to IT, and we of course have some general changes, happening within the city. It's not clear to me what the long-term need is. We have these changes that are coming at the county level that we need to be responsive to and coordinate with. We've got, telestaff stuff that they had been working on that's newly out, but is still settling down. It's not clear to me how much of that is short-term work and what the long-term need looks like. And so it makes sense to me, at least in my head, that that short-term need is better met through a contractual mechanism of, I know I have this now, and it gives you a minute to then figure out, what does my long-term need look like once that short-term need settles out. So that's, what kind of person is that? What kind of skill set do you need? I'm not sure we necessarily fully have our hands around that.
And do you believe that IT has enough in its contractual line item that could cover that short term?
I think that IT has a number of different pressures on it. I think that there are I think the city could potentially invest a whole bunch of things in IT. The question is, does it make more sense to do that as opposed to some of the other things that are on our plates? We had increased the contractual money to IT this last year. And, we have, to address this same sort of thing, but in some other areas, we have continued that into FY26. We've continued that elevated level because we have some short-term needs like this that are coming up. I think IT is always in the position where they could potentially use a couple of extra dollars, but the rationale for not decreasing the contractual services was that we have some ongoing needs. I don't know if you guys want to add anything to that, but that's the perspective, is that we still have some short-term needs. They might be in some slightly different places, but we chose not to decrease that contractual funding this next year. We chose to maintain it because they continue to have some needs.
May I?
You good? Yeah, go ahead.
Not a question, but I remember the chief clearly explaining to us what that IT function is. And I don't remember, and I didn't write it down. But I think it's worth, and I've sent him a text because I don't think we're getting to what his need really is. He would not have asked for a position like this unless there was a definite need. And I know Jeannie was here with him, and I know she is his only administrative assistant. Don't know what her title is for real, but she's been it for a long time. And I recognize the need, and I think we should look further into exactly what he's asking for. Because I put that in the challenge, because that's what he told us. And I'm sure that I feel pretty sure that he's gotten all that he can get from Mr. Paquin's office, but he needs his own IT person. I would support us giving him that position.
So I know we're discussing this, essentially the creation of a new position here. Is there any suggestion of where that would be funded from?
Is there any turnover in that department that could be utilized? I know one of his challenges is finding enough paramedics and ALS personnel.
I'm going to say no, because fire is usually really completely staffed, and they don't have a lot, and they quickly fill.
Plus, they're here asking us for more staff. So, I'm happy to keep talking about this, but my kind of general sense is we need to figure out a way to pay for it. If it's something that it sounds like it's a worthwhile thing, but I'd like to hear what are we going to do to pay for it?
Well, could we put it on the list and wait until we finish and see if there are other areas where we may be able to get some funding to move over to fire? Ms. Moran's going to shoot me. I can just tell by the
Can we
look.
put it as an amendment to, as Alderwoman Finlayson said, I mean, if, as opposed to adding a complete position, it sounds like in the short term, we might be able to take a look at contractual services. So that would be one-time fund, correct? Possible.
I'm not quite sure of the nature of what they need to really give you a good answer on that.
Yeah, we were told.
I'd hate for us
Can
to
we get
use
them on the
one-time
phone?
funds for something, and then it needs to be, a couple-year process. So we could talk to the department. I'm sure they're watching and figure out what they truly need. I can't speak on what they truly need.
Right.
I know
notes
that there's
say
a
it was
concern
for
and
the
a need,
report
but-
management.
I'm sorry?
My notes say that it was for the report management system, contractual position to handle their report management system.
Okay, so that
I
sounds like a reoccurring need.
Right. But according to Ms. Buckland, it could be their short-term need to address this as opposed to hiring a personnel moving forward. Like if they had an IT contractor come in and organize and maintain their report management system, is that something that then can be then passed off to a current employee once it's all set up using contractual services?
The only hesitation I have is that I know IT has a lot of need. The workload with the current positions and the people they have is already in an imbalance. So I would just hesitate making it one time and then anticipating that would be pushed to IT. I feel like it's going to be reoccurring. Agreed that it's contractual versus having full-time civil, but I don't know that it's a one-time.
Well, the other piece of context here is IT, which I know they talked about in their presentation to you guys, wanting to do some strategic planning. It's been a long time since they'd done that. Within the budget document, we had allowed for some flexibility essentially in the position titles. And Brian had noted that in his presentation. The budget dollars aren't very different. It's a question of, do you have titles available to adjust? And some of those questions, like what is the need at fire? What is the need in these other places? That should be part of that strategic planning process. So I also do kind of just want to give, to Brittany's point, there is a lot on their plate. That's part of why they need to do some strategic planning, but it's not just their own stuff. It is stuff in fire and police and other places as well. And my hope is that, next year we've got that clearer, longer term vision of what is that long-term need? What does that personnel complement look like? I think that it is fair to say that there is need in the city. What exactly that looks like, I kind of want to give Brian a little bit of breathing space to figure that. And that's a lot of where I'm coming from. Is that a perfect answer? Nope.
So that's what I'm asking. If the immediate need on fire is somebody to handle this report management system, or create it, update it, move it from one software system to another. If the immediate need is for that, if we add to contractual services right now, something very close to what we did in DPW last year was add some contractual dollars so that they could use that. And then that gives us the year to study and decide if it's something that they need going forward, a full-time position or a full-time contractor to handle that. But it allows them to get that system up and running. He did say in his presentation that they brought in close to $3.5 million in revenue, and perhaps that would add to that revenue line if they had the report management system up and running.
And just to tack onto what you're saying, they said they're 75% of the way through the rollout and just need some IT help to get it completed.
Right.
So that to me does sound, if what we're talking about is just the report function, getting that completed, that to me does sound like it could be appropriate to use one-time funds. My thought. Alderman Finlayson.
Yeah, I have been texting Captain McGaz, who's just walked in, Chief Romali, who we can get on the phone. We're in the 11th hour, and so I would prefer we talk to the people who know what they're doing. So the chief is in a meeting with attorneys, but he said he'll step out and ask him. It's his department, it's his need. And, we can talk about what we think, hope, and wish, but can we get the people who, it's their department, they're the professional. So would you like me to get the chief on the phone? Would that be helpful?
I was told we can't use the phone because public.
Well, I'll put it on speaker. I'll put the speaker next to the microphone, and if we can hear it, we can repeat it.
That's not legal because it could be any Dick or Harry. The
So
public doesn't know.
We're in the 11th hour.
Okay.
We should have been having this discussion before, but we didn't. So
I will reach out to him and see if he might be able to be here.
Why don't we, or if you want to reach out to him, get his feedback, and then we can circle back to that.
Great.
Rather than asking him to take an hour out of his day to come over.
So can I just add one comment on the IT fire situation? I am in agreement that it may be one-time need for the fire department in IT support, but I'm hearing that they may need support from IT, not added support in their own department, that they have a need right now from IT. And I think that that is department or citywide. I know finance also needs support from IT. So I think the better fit would be looking at what personnel is needed, reoccurring personnel is needed in IT to help with those departments. And whether it's, okay, well, fire's the priority right now, but maybe in 6 months, finance is like it may shift between what department IT is supporting, but I'm hearing that fire needs support from IT. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, but the chief said, and that's what I wrote in the report, he needs an IT professional in his department. So there may be an immediate need for one thing, but he needs assistance
Ongoing?
continuously. Ongoing.
Okay.
That was his contention. But I think we're talking about kind of two different things. One is an ongoing need, and one is this particular report management system that is 75% of the way done. So, just to say two different things. I think what we should do is circle back on this after the city manager is able to get in touch with the fire chief, and then we hear his perspective. Captain Miguez, you're here. I assume you're here to talk about speed cameras? Or maybe? Or you just here for everything? Thank you.
Hi, Captain Miguez, Annapolis Police Department. I'm here because Kaylin emailed me. So,
sorry to make you run over. I didn't necessarily know that we needed that. But I appreciate, I did just send you an email, so I appreciate it. I think we had a couple different things we were talking about with police department. But the bigger one was, honestly, it was two things, one of which I don't really expect you to solve right now. The one where I think your perspective would be helpful is, I said in our hearing with police, what will it take to get a speed camera put in, to get new speed cameras? I shouldn't just say one. There's one in particular I'm excited, but what would it take to get those done by the end, to get them in place? And the committee is generally very supportive of that idea, but we need to know sort of what costs are we talking?
well, it's hard to say because I have no one to task with that project to expand it. It would be me doing it myself. And as you all can imagine, with all the other things I am in charge of, it would mean something not getting done to get that done. And it would be me doing it myself. What we need is more staffing in general. We're not going to hire a specific person just to manage speed cameras. There's just not the burden, the expertise needed to do that. So I can't tell you what it'll take to get it done. I think it can get done, new ones put out, not necessarily where people think they need to go. Duke of Gloucester in particular may be very problematic because of the historic nature of the street, how it's already very cluttered on the sidewalk. If you've seen photos of speed camera boxes, they're rather large. They're kind of like a Dalek from Doctor Who. I mean, that's kind of what they're reminiscent of. So imagine that on your sidewalk on Duke of Gloucester. So finding a good place for it may be difficult. And the speed studies show that speed is not a significant factor on Duke. It's also not an area where we have a lot of accidents. Now, we have had some serious accidents on Duke over the years, but we definitely get the citizen outreach for putting cameras there. And we would work with the community to educate them and also to get their feedback, because we may be hearing from 2 or 3 very vocal residents. And then when we talk about actually putting the speed camera there might be a large group that doesn't want a speed camera. So it's going to be like that in every area that comes up, whether it's coming to us through citizen complaints, whether we identify it as an area where we have a lot of crashes that are caused by speed. Those are the areas we're going to be looking at, the areas where we have those fatal accidents, the areas where speed is a concern, and then the areas we have citizen complaints about speed. But it's all going to require outreach for the community to have input. You can, everything from the flashing light on West Street, citizens want a solution, but the solution that we offer might not be what they want. So I think it's really important, and it's complex, and it requires a lot of talking with different people and different city departments. So we did not have a public information officer before, and that was a big kind of detriment with getting the information out about these things. And then, the people to just get it done. My lieutenants, my sergeant, like they have very many things on their plates. There's really nothing I can add without other important projects like the safety of our building, getting our fleet updated, to making sure our property and evidence is properly stored, making sure our crime reporting is done, making sure people are hired, doing what we can to retain people, training people. All those things are really important, as well as the cameras, which we have some already. We just would like to expand where we have them.
Right. I think we would like that to happen as well, and we want to make sure you guys have all the resources that you need. So I think our question is, what does that take? And I don't want, I don't know, in a way, I very much want to hear that the answer is, $0, right? Like, it's existing staffing. But on the other hand, it's existing staffing, but other things fall by the wayside.
Right.
That's
Right.
the answer I'm hearing.
It's more of overall departmental staffing. We need more, lieutenants. We need more sergeants. We need more corporals to be able to task these things too, in general. So, and then the other thing with some of the areas, we have to consider things like, Forest Drive is a really important corridor for safety. There's a lot of crashes that occur at different intersections along Forest Drive, but that corridor has also been targeted for improvement by the city with a collaboration with the county, since it is a county road. But the city took the initiative to get a grant to fund safety upgrades along that corridor. And so while we have some existing cameras on Forest, I see that as when they make those safety improvements, that's part of the picture.
Right.
those
Hopefully that
improvements.
obviates the need for them. That's where we ultimately want to go with all our streets. Alderwoman, I know you got any follow-ups? Yeah.
I know it would be great to get them up quickly, and I want to get them done. I just think we need to also be cognizant of the community's feedback, and that does take some time to make sure that they're aware and they're on board with it. So, yeah.
Yeah, Alderwoman Phillips.
think it might be I'm sorry. You think it might be appropriate to put some funding towards studying this?
Not so much. So Public Works does speed studies. We put out a traffic report, on the crashes in the city. We know the areas where those things are occurring. And then, the companies that we work with in general really want us to put a lot of cameras out.
Mm-hmm.
They get a share of the revenue from the processing the tickets and keeping the equipment running and checking to make sure it's calibrated and all those things that then we don't have to do. But we don't want to just have them put cameras in willy-nilly. For one thing, one of the areas they suggested was Spa Road near the city buildings. As you know, there's a big hill in that area. It's not a great area to put. In fact, the guidelines for Maryland suggest not putting, cameras on hills.
Must not be the guidelines down in Virginia. I promise you, they love to do it at the bottom of a hill.
So and again, are we seeing a lot of accidents on that stretch of Spa Road where officers like to sit and pull people over? and officers tend to give, some leeway given the hill, but cameras are very, they just either give you a ticket or don't. So
let me ask you this, and
I
I'm
must have hit it on a good day
getting,
because I was stopped on Spa Road. Of
oh,
course.
we like to sit there. It's a good spot, and it helps people be more aware of what their vehicle's doing.
So let me just ask you this, and then I do want to keep us moving along.
Yeah.
But if not budgetary, and yet this is something that the council sees as a real priority, and I hear from you that this is a matter of other things not getting done, but that might be a conversation that we should have, because what I've heard from my colleagues, not just sitting here, but more broadly, is that this is a priority. So what would be, in your estimation, or maybe I'd even throw it to the city managers, your thoughts on the best way for us to accomplish? I'm saying I know what point B we want to get to. I'm asking
yes.
you, what's the route there?
I mean, it would be great if I didn't have to manage several grants, if we had a
Mhm.
grant administrator who could do that, which is not something that was funded in the budget. If I could take things off my plate, and there's, other people around the department that are similarly burdened with that work. That's a way to take something off my plate. It's not speed camera related, but it's an important, those, it's the applications that are due once a year, the work that goes into doing the applications, and then it's quarterly reporting. It doesn't end, it's not a once a year thing.
Oh, I know it.
Yes.
My day job is funded by grants. I hear you.
Yes.
All right. Anything else on this topic, folks, before we move on? I think that's actually a really thoughtful point. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Another captain.
Oh.
I got it.
Anything
Maybe some
else? No?
lieutenants.
All right. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Ms. Buckland, did you hear anything back from the fire chief, or should we keep moving?
Yeah, no, that was why I stepped out.
Beautiful.
So, so the message from the fire chief, what he sees is a series of IT needs. It's not always the same need, but persistent in the sense that there's always something. And so the request had been for a contractual position, not a civil service position, for the reason that it is always changing a little bit, and so that kind of that long-term need is not necessarily steady, but persistent in the perspective that kind of there's always something. So that was his perspective. He did not. I confirmed with him. He doesn't have strong feelings about whether that's sort of housed in fire or housed in IT. He and Brian have a good relationship. They work on that stuff together. Doesn't really have strong feelings that way. Just more kind of there's this long-term, I end up calling on my battalion chiefs too often to do IT work kind of perspective.
Thank you.
So that goes back to my question. Can we add funding to the contractual line item, either in fire or in IT? And what does that look like? Is it $50,000? Is it $100,000? Is that something that you can answer without knowing exactly what type of IT?
You can get an estimate for you.
So our amendment could be adding contractual funding to one of those two departments, depending on what they needed, the dollar amount to those contractuals, so that one of those two departments could use that funding for their IT, whether it's ITS, contracting it for the purpose of the fire department, or the fire department hiring a contractor for that. Is that?
Do we have a source of funds for that? Or is that a hold till we figure out if there are sources of funds.
I think we have to hold until we find out what the funding is, what the amount is, where the need is, and then we will find, hopefully, the source for that funding. I mean, if it's $50,000, I think that we can find it in savings in other places.
Right.
If it's
Maybe it's that UA.
$500,000, then we might not be able to find that funding very easily, but we will look for it because it obviously is a need, and it seems that it will generate revenue eventually by spending.
So is the bottom line on that is that we want to get a estimate on the cost.
Correct. I believe that asking.
Okay. With that, I suggest we keep moving on to emergency management.
Okay.
I had no changes at all to emergency management.
No, I was happy that in the comp and pay plan, we were able to make some of the changes that have been requested for the last 3 years in emergency management. So I feel like we have set them up for success.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mentioned at one point wanting to focus more on stimulants as we see that being a problem nationally, but I don't think that based off of the Office of Emergency Management Director's response, I don't think that needs to be reflected in performance. So,
Okay. Fantastic.
Anything from you, Alderman Finlayson?
No, but I missed all of that.
Oh,
you just
sorry,
said.
I was
You're
kind of mumbling.
mumbling. You got
Yeah, I was.
softer and softer as you're
Sorry.
speaking. So
No, all I was saying was I had asked the director a question about, because they are managing our opioid interventions, that as nationally we are seeing a decrease in opioid deaths, but an increase in stimulant overdose deaths, if that was something he was paying attention to. And ultimately I decided it doesn't need a performance measure change because his performance measures are describing substance use broadly.
and they do give us, and I think I said this during their presentation, they do give us periodic reports on where we are in our individual wards,
Right.
as well as how we rank locally and nationally. So I agree that they do a phenomenal job with very little, and their ask is something like $6,000 over previous year. They've got the smallest budget, and they do big jobs with it.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Oh, it's a little more than 6. Yeah, point taken. All right. Moving on then. Public Works. This is really the big one. So Public Works, I think this, I'd say let's put a pin in addressing capital projects. I think let's try and get through Public Works. And then we can come back to capital projects.
All right. Can I
Yeah,
tell
jump
you
in.
that I submitted an amendment to add a project manager position after the budget hearing with the director to help bring down the number, address the number of CIP projects allocated. Last year, we allocated funding under contractual services. That funding was never used because the director reported that he was not able to hire a part-time project manager because people were interested in full-time and requested a full-time project manager.
And how is that working just in terms of, I thought that contractual was one-time money?
It was not one-time money. It's
okay.
tied to CIP project funding. And I believe that we're keeping it tied to CIP funding.
If the
Yeah.
budget manager says we're following the rules on that, then it seems like a good suggestion to me. Is there an additional cost associated with that, or we're just switching?
I don't believe it's an additional cost. It's funded at the same level that we.
You're speaking of adding a program manager.
Correct.
So we have the 189 baked into contractual services. You could do an amendment for what you're looking for to move that funding from contractual services to salaries and benefits. Whatever that, I think it was an N15 position.
Yes, I submitted that amendment the other day, so you should have that in
Yes, ma'am.
file.
Yep.
And Ms. Buckland, I mean, this is something that we heard from the Public Works Director. I think maybe it even went back to last year. Was there a reason that it was preferred to be contractual services? Is there an argument against this?
I'm not sure I necessarily have a good answer for that. Except that, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I can answer.
Yeah.
Our discussion last year was the council was interested in having CIP projects completed, that we felt like there was backlog because of not enough staffing and not enough project managers to handle them. At the time, we did not want to add a full position because we thought that it was going to be a short-term need while we got the backlog out of there. And so we were able to utilize a function of using funds that are already allocated to the CIP project to fund the contractual position, so that as the CIP projects were completed, that was paying for that position.
Gotcha.
The director, after having a year's worth of time to try to figure that point out, was not able to hire a contractor on basically a part-time basis, a project basis, at the level that he needed the personnel to be at in order to manage the type of projects that are on the CIP.
Yeah.
Got it.
So as he sat before us, he said instead of contractual services, he would like to hire a position, and said in his hearing, I
call it a hearing. That's what I've been calling it.
okay, that he didn't foresee a problem with. One of our questions was, okay, then are we going to have to then fire somebody in 2 years when the projects have been reduced? And he said with his department turnover, retirements, the nature of the project, that it would be simply taken care of, so that he wouldn't have to then fire that new project manager, that new project manager would most likely fill a position that's currently in to continue on, because that project manager would have the experience in the city, 2-3 years down the road, and that could be moved into. So
The other context for the decision last year was that we had just been in this position when it came to, we had brought on Bill Hutton to help with facilities and move a bunch of facilities projects along, which has been very successful. And so I think part of the question was, would we be able to find someone like that who would be able to do that work on that other side? And that effort did not. We didn't find a Bill Hutton equivalent.
Right.
But at that time, you don't necessarily know whether you're going to find someone like that or not.
right. So as opposed to trying to continue to find another Bill Hutton, I believe that it's in our best interest to bring on a project manager to take care of these projects and get them moving.
Yeah.
There are projects that have been on the books for 5+ years now that we need to move forward with a project manager that has that experience. I think that we will start to see some actual movement on CIP projects.
Sounds good. Okay. So the motion is to move the $189,000 that's under contractual funding to into the salaries and benefits category, creating a new, we'll call it, what did you call it? Project manager?
Mhm.
Calling a new project manager type position.
Program
15
manager.
For
Program
a total
manager.
of 165.
Beautiful. Hey, and we saved some money too.
I'll second the motion.
Motion seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 Love it. All right, keep it moving.
May I ask, you said you already submitted that as an amendment?
I
No.
did.
But
So you
we'll-
don't
so
have
I
to-
won't do it, but we'll
Yeah.
have it reflected that was the finance committee.
If you're going to ask about process, what we can do is since it's a finance committee, right? You're already on that. I can remove yours that just has you on it and keep the finance committee one with
You
your
just remove
approval.
my name and add, so we don't have to do it again.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you.
May I ask, Mr. Trudeau, are you keeping a list of our finance committee recommendations? You have it right
Yes,
there.
ma'am. Kaylin and
So
I
we
are going
can
to connect
include it.
to make sure that we're all on the same page. And I will send it to you to make sure that all of us
Thank
are on the same page.
So we
Thank
can
you.
put it in our report. Thank you.
My big concern with public works is really in the enterprise funds, and not even water and sewer so much as refuse and watershed, where we're staring down some big fee increases. And I'm just, I'm focused on what can we do to cut costs out of these. And actually, maybe I will bring sewer into it because look, we're not looking at a big increase in the sewer fee at this point, but we're adding 2 positions into it, and we're seeing a 33% increase to administrative costs from the county. Or sorry, not administrative costs, but the contractual costs that the county's charging us. So I'm kind of shocked that we're not seeing a bigger fee increase proposed for the sewer. But again, what I'm really coming back to is how do we get costs down in watershed restoration and refuse? Refuse is hard because so much of that is contractual and we're locked in on that contract. But within watershed restoration, I do think there's opportunities to move some things around. One of the discussions that I had with our public works director was if more of our tree planting could be funded using the critical areas funding, then that would leave more money in watershed restoration. We wouldn't necessarily need quite so big of a fee increase. I don't know that we have a fully formed amendment on that one yet, but just kind of throwing out my thoughts here and would be interested to hear either of yours.
Well, I'll respond first. You know, I raised the issue of the increases from all of our funds.
Yeah.
That will be tantamount to an $80 increase annually.
Right.
$20 per quarter for all 4. The fact that Mr. Hyder was here and gave us his projections and has made it very clear that we should have increases every year going forward. I think he took us out 10 years or longer. So I'm not sure how we come up with different numbers. I would love to be able to reduce this. I raised the question about trees and the fact that we're adding another $500,000 to trees when, you know, planting all those trees in the city is going to be a challenge. I mean, we may have space for them, but we don't have approval for them because much of that's on private property. So how do we utilize that money, and is that the best place
Yeah.
to put more money? Even though it is a fund.
We
you
need
know.
to cut expenses, right? I think the numbers were pretty black and white in terms of if we keep spending at the same rate we are, then those fees have to get raised. But the question
Every
is-
year. Every year.
and by a lot. I mean, the watershed fee got raised 18%. I know Alderman Savage is working on an amendment that would make the fee structure for commercial uses more progressive, and I think that could be really beneficial. But ultimately, it's not all that beneficial unless we are actually able to not increase the residential fee by as much. And again, come back to we have to find cost. So maybe at this point, it's more of a general recommendation, as we've done with a couple others, recognizing there's still some work to do that encourages us to find cost savings within the watershed restoration fund, such that the fee cannot be increased. Is that too
I'm
general
not
for you?
clear. Is that what our report's going to say?
That's my suggestion. Is that we put that as a recommendation to the report.
The recommendation is, would you
Is that we keep in mind this is vague at this point. I'm saying still we don't have all the details, but that we find cost savings within the watershed restoration to enable less of a fee.
I would agree 100%, but that's our job, and we haven't done it. So we're going to put that in as our recommendation, but it would fall back to us if there's going to be a recommendation to lower those fees. Do we just cut the fees without, documentation to support it?
No,
Because we know that if we cut, and we did talk about if we cut the fees for 26, it's going to increase 27, 28, 29, and on.
no. My suggestion is that we find ways to cut spending so that we can cut. And I think we just need a little bit more time to figure out exactly where that is. Like I said, it's something that I've been talking with the Public Works Director about. I've been talking with the Environmental Matters Chair about, but I think we don't have a perfect answer.
So the recommendation from the Finance Committee is that further study be done to determine where we can cut expenses in our watershed fund.
No, I think the recommendation is to cut it, and where exactly that is going to come from is going to happen further. But I wouldn't put further study. That makes it sound like we're going to do some study in FY26.
Well, we have to do some study sometime,
Right.
whether it's now or,
We have to do it, I think, between now and in a couple weeks from now when we're all sitting together voting on.
Okay, but our report's due on Monday, so
Right. So my suggestion is that we keep it vague in the report. That is the general sense of the committee is wanting to cut expenses, recognizing that we don't have the exact answer yet there of what that could look like. But then that would put some weight behind the whatever proposal we ultimately come up with when our colleagues are looking. This is something that
I'm fine with that, as long as we have an end date.
Yeah,
So
sure.
we're gonna do the research and be prepared for our June meeting.
Right.
How do we do this?
How are you feeling about what I'm saying?
I mean, I think we have to leave it vague at the moment because we don't know where the cost cutting measures are going to take place, whether it's through staffing, through services, amenities. I'll call them amenities.
Okay, so motion on the table is to say for the Watershed Restoration Fund, the committee recommends finding places to cut expenses so that the fee is not raised by it.
Give a percentage on how much you want to raise it.
It's going to depend on how much we can cut expenses. So
Do you have an idea of where you want to cut? Or are you asking the director to?
I think it's something that I've been having conversations with the director about, and we don't have a number nailed down yet.
Okay.
It's something we're going to keep working.
So right now, the recommendation is 15%.
Correct.
So, are you interested in lowering it to 10% or 13%? Or I think Budget Manager Trudeau is asking for a number there
Right.
that will help target what we're looking at.
Yeah, but I think what I'm hearing though is you all need more information.
I think we need to figure out how much we can cut the spending, and that will determine, right? Like,
Yeah,
spending should drive revenue, not the other way around.
and I've sent an email to the urban forester to see if they have a better idea of how much can be utilized out of the reforestation fund.
Okay.
Don't tell him I said cut trees, please.
No. It's just finding a different source.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor. Well, actually, I suppose not. It hasn't gotten a second. Is there a second? All right. All those in favor of this, recognizing that it is still general, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, we're still on Public Works. What else do we have in Public Works?
May I ask a question about staffing? Did they lose one engineer to go to central services?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That particular individual is tied to buildings.
Pardon me?
That particular engineer is tied to buildings, and that
Yeah.
budget went over as well.
I thought that's who it was, but thank you. Or-
I actually don't have anything else.
All right,
Yeah, but
we can move on then.
Go back.
That's my hope.
Parks and Rec.
Yeah, Parks and Rec,
Rec and Park.
transportation.
I don't want that. I want.
Can we do Rex and Park and then maybe?
Yeah, let's do that. I think we're all getting there. Okay, moving on to Rec and Parks. I think Alderwoman O'Neill had a couple suggestions.
I do. I am making one recommendation to reallocate the $32,000 that's in the budget for football team, to allocate that to programming and not football team.
I think specifically you were talking about after-school sports program.
Correct.
So I'll second that motion.
To programming, specifically after school sports in the schools. And my suggestion is that Parks and Rec partner with a nonprofit, specifically Play Annapolis, who is already running sports programs in the elementary schools. So they are going where the children are, as opposed to having the children leave their schools to go to the rec center. This kind of falls right under our city code that has community grants that are given to community organizations that can perform a function that the city either cannot, or I don't want to say should not, but cannot do on its own.
Does
Yeah.
Play Annapolis get a grant funding from us?
They do not, but I'm proposing that the 32 become a Play Annapolis grant to run programs.
I'd just like to, maybe I'm splitting hairs here, but do we really want it to be a grant or do we want it to be a contract? I think.
A contract would be great.
Well, I'm a little concerned. Why Play Annapolis? We have had any number of other organizations that are doing this similar work. And while I would agree that we should be using this fund for the organizations that are already serving our community, Play Annapolis is a new group on the scene. But there have been other groups that have been in the city, such as the All-Stars. And we haven't made any specific effort. I would agree that we can reallocate this fund for community groups, but I would prefer that we leave it to the director to decide who to partner with. She's already developed relationships, and she's the professional in this capacity. So, I would agree to reallocate it, but not to a specific group.
I'll take it away from a specific group, but I think it's important to know that Play Annapolis is currently running after school sports programs. and could expand with
Mhm.
additional funding. They are working off private grants currently, private sponsorships, and have been heavily involved. We currently give grants money to All Stars
Mhm.
in two different allocations, one through
Mhm.
community grants and one through adopted community, I believe, and maybe even three, because I think neighborhood grants also give money to
Mhm.
All Stars are getting more than $50,000 of city grants to run programs. And I think that the $32,000 will go a long way towards both the director's initiative to provide a learning program, which Play Annapolis has already done. So I'm happy with not allocating it specifically to an organization, but I was just identifying an organization that is already doing what we want this money to do.
Well, I agree with the concept. I think if you would look at the funding that Play Annapolis gets, it's far greater than anything that the All Stars has been able to raise, even though they're a grassroots group. So I don't think it's quite fair to compare the two with their funding sources. Play Annapolis hasn't come to us for funding because they don't need it. They've got considerable backers. And so, I would just, I think we should just be cautious about how, unless we're going to look at everybody's financials. We know what the All Stars get because we allocate that funding, but you have no clue what the Play Annapolis group, what their budget looks like. But anyway, I would, school system is running programs now, middle school programs that they had not had in the past. And there are other organizations also. So I agree. You've satisfied my concern.
All
Thank
right, beautiful. So there's a motion on the floor. It's been seconded. All those in favor of, just to be clear, the motion is to remove $32,000 football and sports officials and replace that with a contractual agreement for after-school sports program. That is the motion. All those in favor, am I correct?
Correct.
All those in favor say aye.
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 And then we were talking about the pool.
Believe that. Alderman Finley.
Oh, did you guys want to talk about lifeguards in the pool?
No, not really. The fact that we are still having a challenge as far as hiring lifeguards. Sorry, no, I'm sorry, squeezing you out. But I didn't have an amendment. That's what.
I think the concern is that we're having trouble hiring lifeguards, and at the same time, we're cutting from 27 to 20. Is that
The director's response to that was that she found that last year the lifeguards that were hired were actually looking for more hours, so she was able to reduce that number from 27 to 20 because she can give life.
okay? Yeah, okay. I thought there was a bigger concern with this, but if there's not, that's fine. I think we went over the capital outlay. We're going to talk about that some more with these.
I can raise another issue that's under her challenges, and that is the transportation that they use, because they have been given buses from transportation, which are, they don't give them the new buses because they're giving them away to them, and so that's just something that needs to be on our radar. We talk about kids having access to recreational amenities. And in many cases, transportation is needed. And we don't always have that ability. Some organizations do have resources and can provide the transportation. Many of our Annapolis groups count on the kids being able to walk to wherever they need to be. So, and the other challenge was furthering delays at Weems Whalen. And hopefully, that's going to be online very soon. Let's hope. And Ms. Buckland, I hope that's on your radar, Williams Whaling, because it's been 10 years. And the city only has one athletic field. And we have one usable athletic field, I'll say, and one that's been offline for far too long.
Well, and it's, we have this, the big CIP on that as well, which
Absolutely.
anything else within Rec and Park?
I have a question about the security guard on page
right,
1.
we were talking.
And in yesterday's discussion with risk management, Corey, he talked about the security guard and funding for security guards here at City Hall, Foreman, and when Shaw opens, there'll be a security guard there. Do you know if the security guard for Parks and Rec, is it the same security company? Is it on an event basis?
It's a contractual. Agreement. Let me look and see if it is. I can't tell you off the top of my head.
Okay. And would it behoove it for central services to, I guess, oversee all of the security guards again? If we're, I guess that's another question for the director, park director as well.
May I ask, is there an interest in moving, adding, changing something? Because we should get her on the phone if
She's not available this week.
I spoke to her this morning.
But she wasn't available this week, so okay.
I think maybe that's ultimately a question for the city manager's office of making sure that even if the funds are allocated under Rec and Parks, that the best economy scale get used there.
Correct. If we're using one security company for one building, it would make sense to be using the same security company because there might be savings consolidating. So that's just a question.
Yeah, no,
See-
I'm here for it.
I do have an answer. Sorry, we are using DMAC security right now. I don't know if there is a change. That's in 25. We haven't done
For all
anything.
buildings?
No. I'm looking at the pool specifically.
Okay.
DMAC for 25. Now we haven't incurred anything yet for 26, so I can talk with Corey and see if their plan is to use Defensor. But for purposes of your report, you could absolutely make that a recommendation if you wanted to. I'm not hearing an amendment, so that's why I'm just commenting on that.
Thank you.
Going once, going twice. Anything else with Recreation and Park?
Did send a message to the director. We'll see if she responds about security.
Thank you. All right. Seeing none, I'm going to move that we take a brief recess. Come back at 12:03. Call it 12:05. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right. Taking a recess.
Thank you.
Okay.
take that as a Finance Committee is called back to order, 12:08 p.m. Okay, we're covering Department of Transportation, and then we're going to talk about capital projects. And I do have one fine, actually, that I wanted to bring up to the committee, but we can cover those as well. So, transportation. Any recommended changes? Any potential amendments, suggestions, ideas? Gosh, maybe we should have done this before the break.
The only thing that I'll say is that yesterday in the Transportation Committee meeting, we had the Director of Transportation give the presentation on the transportation report, the Transit Development Plan, and a couple of things that had come out of there is one of the things that the Transit Development Plan is proposing within the next 5 years is adding a route called the Blue Route. It's net neutral until we add that Blue Route currently. So I just kind of want to throw that out there that, and they also talked about increasing the micromobility, creating 3 zones for the micromobility buses. There was a lot of discussion about that because it expands those who would be able to use the go time
Right.
services. So I don't think that we're ready to add to the budget to expand that. But I definitely think it's coming down the pike. I just wanted to say that.
Cool. Thank you. Yeah. And I think my general response with the Department of Transportation was just that I thought it was a little odd how limited the focus on parking is compared to transit, particularly in our performance centers, when I hear a lot more about parking than I do about transit.
Correct.
But that might also just be me being one of 8. So I don't think we need to include that as the recommendation, but it's something that over the next year, maybe the city manager's office should be working with the department.
Okay.
Anything else on transportation? No? All right.
Well, just to note that they moved, I guess, 2 of their staff people over to central service, so they reduced their numbers from 62 to 60.
All right. So let's talk about capital projects. Bim bam boom. You just want to start with adding, or you want to start with cutting?
I'm sorry?
You want to start with adding, or do you want to start with cutting? I'll tell you what I'm looking at.
Start with cutting so we can end on a good note with adding.
There you go. That's a good idea. So I had a meeting with Director Vogel and the city manager yesterday. My top priority here, and Director Moran was there as well. My top priority has been that we get more money into our sidewalk and road repair fund. So I've been looking at a lot of places under every nook and cranny for where can we cut to do that. And I might ask our budget manager to weigh in on this for me, but there were a couple of places that I felt like we could trim. One is CIP, where is it? It's a Pip Moyer restroom.
Could you give us the page?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it myself. Okay, page 63. This project is $300,000, and that's just a ton of money for this. So we were looking at taking $100,000 out of that. Recognizing the goal is good, the desire for it is good, and it probably does cost a significant amount of money, but the director came and said that this was just a ballpark estimate and that it was possibly an overestimate. And so I think it's a reasonable place to look for $100,000.
So remove $100,000 from it?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, let me be clear. We're removing $100,000 from Pip Moyer restroom upgrade?
Well, if you vote for it, we are.
Well, that's your proposal?
Yeah.
And these restroom upgrades would allow our restrooms to be gender neutral, single private stall restrooms?
Correct.
And you don't think there's any importance to that?
That's absolutely not what I said. I think there's a lot of importance to that. And what I said is that when we had the department director before us and we asked, why is this so expensive? Why are redoing 2 bathrooms $300,000? The answer we got was that this is a ballpark figure and that it might be an over.
Well, that message that I heard also was it may be more than that. It's a ballpark. But I would not support removing funding for restroom renovations, and especially since these numbers have been generated by our professional staff. And we really don't know the impact of taking $100,000 away from them.
Well, I can
That's
tell you the
very
impact of not taking $100,000 away from it will be more people tripping and falling on our sidewalks. So,
Well, that's an assumption also.
Hmm.
That's an assumption also. Look at the numbers. We all have sidewalks,
right,
and we all have sidewalks that need repair.
right.
But we're not going to take funding from renovating restrooms. I would not support that, and I will speak in opposition publicly about that.
All right. Well, it's a question of allocating resources, right? It's not that this is not a good project. It's we have better ways to use this money.
It's an opinion, Mr. Chair. It is not a fact.
Well,
But
it's
we were
a-
told it's a ballpark.
exactly.
Well, then take $50,000 away. Why would you take $100,000? I mean, it's less than $300,000. You're going to take a third of the money away. That's not a true consideration of the fact.
I think, right, like we are in a way shooting in the dark on it because that was what was presented to us, right? This is a ballpark, and so my suggestion is that we pull some money from it because because we have other needs,
Mr. Chair, we're in the 11th hour.
but we're really not.
We should have been having this discussion and asking the directors what they think would best suit their program. Now, for us to sit here, even with the finance staff before us, to make these decisions, I think is inappropriate.
Well, I think it's exactly our role.
Okay,
We need
well.
to be there. If we want to
Slash
spend
and
money, we
burn.
got to cut money. It's not slash and burn. It's slash and grow.
Okay.
So, for well,
I
I
will
won't
call
get
the
into an
question,
egg.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right. All those in favor of removing $100,000 from the Pit Moyer restroom upgrade, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Another project I'm looking at here is the Acton Cove Waterfront Park. This is a project that's in my ward, and it's a project that we really need.
Page number?
Page number 13. But we've added an additional over $300,000 towards it. And in discussing with the director of public works, I think that's a bit of an overestimate. And I think one of my concerns also is around the material that's getting used for it. And I think we want to make sure that we have a material that meets the historic standards there. So what do we end up with, Mr. Trudeau? Was that, were we looking at 100,000 there or 200? What did we discuss yesterday from Acton Cove?
Page 13,
Page 13.
400.
I can't remember. It was somewhere between 100 and 200. That
Can you
we
repeat the
discussed.
question?
Yeah. For project on page 13, Acton Cove Waterfront Park, when we were having our discussion yesterday, was the director of public works suggestion that 100,000 come out of that or 200,000?
Oh, 200,000.
200,000. So, yeah, no stone unturned here, right? This is right down the street from my house. But when we're looking at how do we best spend money, I think this is one that we could scale back a little bit. And again, it's actually really still more than was budgeted for it last year. So my motion is to remove $200,000 out of, and that would be out of the bond funding from Acton Cove Waterfront Park.
I I have one question.
Sure.
It
Well,
says-
do we want to? Can I get a second on that?
Second.
Okay.
My question is, 350,000 is grant
Mhm.
pending. By removing $200,000, if for some reason we didn't get the grant, how would that affect the completion of it?
Yeah, that's a good question because I know we actually have. It says candidate for Department of Natural Resources State Waterway Improvement Grant.
No, that was FY24.
No, I think
The
it's two
grant's
different ones.
Pending? Yeah.
It says 24 was the DNR local parks and playground infrastructure, and then
For
It says
candidate for the
candidate
Department of Natural.
the word from our director of public works on that yesterday was that waterway improvement fund is very flush because the fees that fund it were increased. So I think it's a very fair question to ask, but my sense from him was that he felt comfortable. Yeah, Alderman Finlayson.
Did you have a discussion with the director on the significant increase on the project for 2016 is the construction?
Yes.
And particularly the materials. Did
Yeah.
you inquire as to why there was such a significant increase?
Yeah,
And what could be changed to make it more affordable?
Right. So they are still doing design on it. So that's part of the. I think partially the answer is we don't totally know yet because they're working on design. But the scope was changed to be this more durable bulkhead material. I can read you exactly what he wrote if you want. But essentially, using less wood and more metal, and so that's the reason for the increase, which is meant to be more durable over the long run, but also has aesthetic effects.
Mr. Chair, it's your ward. So if you're comfortable with cutting this from a project in your ward, then you have my support.
Hey, that's I appreciate it. All right, Alderwoman O'Neill, anything else? Nope. All right, you guys want to vote? So remove $200,000 from Acton Cove Waterfront Park. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All right. Another one. Well, actually, I'll put a pin in that other one. One of the bigger ones that I was looking at is Annapolis Walk Park improvements. That's page 17. So we've talked to the director about this, and everybody agrees we want to get the park done, right? Make sure that there's a park there and that it gets everything that it needs. But when you look at the parking part of it, it works out to about $25,000 per parking. And so my suggestion is that is a lot of money and that we ought to remove the parking aspect. Alderman Finlayson, I know this is in your ward. So of course, want to hear from you.
Well, it is in my ward, and it's a top priority in my ward. I'm not sure where you got your numbers from, but I have spoken, and this has been planned by not this current director, but the previous public works director. I assumed that this director would concur with what was provided by the previous director. This is a necessity for the community. Parking, you all talk about parking in Ward 1 and Ward 2 and other wards. Well, this is a parking problem in Ward 4. And to change the direction of the parking would have a significant impact on the community. And so to target this is, I'm speechless. I get it, but this is not the approach to take. If we're going to talk about parking, then we should cut parking everywhere, and we should come up with whatever the dollar cost is for everywhere. Sure. But right here, we're only talking about turning the parking around and taking 3 feet of the park all the way around. I'm not sure where you get your numbers from, we'd be interested in knowing that. But I would vehemently oppose cutting the parking out of. You can't even develop a park if you don't have increased parking.
Well,
That
I think
makes
we
no
should
sense.
change that. But
Well, but that's your opinion.
Yeah.
But the fact is, and we've been trying to develop, the mayor and I have been trying to develop this area for a number of years. Okay. And we are going to move forward with it. And I hope that the committee will change their minds and see the value of making sure that this community, my community of Annapolis Walk, and maybe that's the barrier because it's my community.
no, of course
But-
not.
No, of course not. But making sure that not only is this park developed, but the adequate parking comes along with it.
So my concern is that the cost is, and I'll show you the numbers right here from the Director of Public Works, is that we're adding a net of 39 parking spots. It costs $700,000. That works out to $18,000 per net spot. And so anywhere else, anywhere you want to talk about in Ward 1 where we have some of the biggest parking challenges, anywhere else that we can find where we're spending $18,000 per parking spot, I will absolutely be willing to cut in exactly the same.
Well, then I think, and I will call for a parking analysis of all of our parking so we can see exactly what it costs to
Yeah.
park everywhere in the city.
I love it.
Everywhere in the city.
So I think ultimately my suggestion here is that the $700,000 allocated for parking for this park, that be moved towards fixing our roads and fixing our sidewalks.
Well, Mr. Chair, this does include sidewalks. When the park is redone and the parking is increased, it does include sidewalks.
That's good. I'm not sure if the $700,000 figure from the director included the sidewalks or not.
I'm sure it does. At least it has, unless this director has changed that.
All right. You want to put a pin in this one?
Put a pin in it?
Meaning not vote on it
I
right
understand
now.
what putting a pin in
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Is there going to be further information that will, are we going to do an analysis of what it costs to park everywhere in the city? Because we have to have some comparison.
Sure.
You know, if we're going to target Ward 4, then absolutely.
Well, I mean, when we rebuilt Hillman Garage, that was a revenue generator, right?
You can compare a park to a parking garage?
No, I'm comparing parking to parking.
Well, from a revenue generating parking garage to people having the ability to park at at their homes, really, because their houses all the way around this park, but also at a recreational amenity. We're gonna make that comparison. I want a comparison of what each parking space costs us around the city. If you're gonna do that for this ward, then you should do it for everybody.
Yeah, I'm absolutely open to that. And like I said, anywhere else that we can find that it costs $18,000 per parking spot, I will be more than willing to say we could better spend that on sidewalks.
Oh,
You're getting the $18,000 by dividing the 7.
It's actually, what'd you say, 797? No, so a portion of that is 7,975 is for the park itself. The figure just for the parking is about $700,000, according to the Public Works Director. And so then there are currently 27 spaces there. They'd be replaced with 66 spaces. So you get a net of 39 spaces. So $18,000. Just shy.
do those numbers again, because
Sure. So according to the Public Works Director, there's 700 of the money that's in this CIP right now, right? Because mind you, a bunch of it was already for improvements to the park. But within FY26 of that $797,500, approximately 700 of it is for parking. And
is to eliminate 3 feet of the park all the way around and putting in turning the parking spaces and adding the sidewalk and the roadway around. That's all part of the project.
To create the parking spaces, yes. But it's not changing the park, and it does not include the lighting. Is what he was
Does not
talking.
include what?
There are improvements to the lighting.
Lighting?
Lighting. What I was
Oh,
told.
that's not even an issue. The
Right.
lighting's in the park. We're talking about the parking spaces.
Right. That's what
right?
I'm saying. The $700,000 figure does not include the improvements to the lighting. So that
I'm
700,000.
not sure why that's relevant. What we're talking about is increasing the parking.
Right.
And what were the numbers you said? From 30
From
to
27 to 66, so a net
Okay.
of 39 spaces. And so we're talking about spending $700,000 for 39 parking spaces.
You put it in such the lowest level without consideration for all the things that are included in.
No, but that's what I'm saying. It's not all the thing. It is the $700,000 figure is not inclusive of improvements to the park. It's not inclusive of lighting. It is purely for the parking. That's the figure I asked the director for.
I think we need to reevaluate and get an update on what those numbers really are. Because you cannot add the parking without impacting the park.
Right. I mean, that's all the more reason to not add the parking is if we're taking 3 feet out of the park all around, right?
That's all the more reason to.
To not spend money on parking if also what we're doing with this $18,000 a spot is taking away from the park, right? Is taking land out of the park.
But the 3 feet that's being removed is not going to impact the activities going on in the park.
Sure, I believe you. I'm not trying to debate that with you. I'm just saying it's not like we're improving the park by adding more parking spots, right? We're if anything hurting the park by taking away that feet.
Well, I contend we're not hurting the park because
Yeah, sure.
the plans for the park would expand into a larger variety of functions for the community.
Can I intercede?
Sure.
Should I stand between the two of you?
Yeah.
I will say this, Alderman Huntley. In this area, when the neighborhood was built, there's never been adequate parking. There's been a lot of issues surrounding parking, and knowing that this has been a long time in the work, I would say that adding the parking is crucial to the happiness of the residents. It's also happiness to those of us that deliver food to those residents because it will actually give us a place to pull over our car without blocking any entrance. I would say that maybe this is a project that we don't remove funding from because it's been so long in the work. This is a project that we've been talking about since before I came on to the council. And I say that my suggestion is that we not touch the funding on this project. If in the end we find that there's money left over, then it will go into the 26 budget in another. But I think for the sake of the happiness of the residents and whatnot, we should not look at this moment. Removing funding. I understand the $18,000 per parking spot, but I think that there's more at play in it. I know that there has been some aggravated residents fighting over parking. We need to eliminate any aggravation.
I think
The lack of parking
it's
is
just
causing.
a matter of where can we spend our resources. I don't think that $700,000 on parking is going to be the best use of our resources. But I can tell I'm in the minority, so
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion that we.
I think my motion is on the. Or no, actually, never.
There was
sorry,
no
it is.
motion.
You're right.
Then
Go ahead.
okay.
Yeah.
Then if there's no motion, then there's no alternate motion.
Okay. So
Thank you, Alderwoman.
all right. The other. So then I'm at adding, I guess. One other place. I'll bring this up on behalf of Alderman Arnett. I'm not 100% wedded to it, but he asked me to bring this up today. Is under. Let's see, traffic signals. Jake, which one were we talking about yesterday? Is this it's not traffic. The traffic signal?
Correct. Traffic signal rehab.
There it is. 76. So the director of public works felt like this was a place that, because they have not been able to spend their funds in previous years, that about, did he say $200,000? The $200,000
Yes, sir.
out of it? Yeah. And this is a very worthy, it's something that we all think needs to get done, I think, but they've got a lot of money budgeted for it this year. They had a lot of money budgeted for it last year, and they haven't been able to spend all of it. So he felt like $200,000 could come out of this. It would free us up for some other places. Thoughts?
Mr. Chair, you mentioned Alderman Arnett.
Oh, yeah. This was because it came about because Alderman Arnett was looking to fund something else. That was sort of the impetus of us looking.
I am just concerned that our Director of Public Works is eager to make these recommendations. He was before us, and maybe we didn't have time to ask the right question. But now all of a sudden he is finding ways to cut funding. Projects that have been in the work.
Respectfully, we had the whole meeting about capital projects. It wasn't just when we had Public Works here. We ended our capital
I was
projects meeting early.
Sitting here also.
Yeah. So I think we did have time. I didn't ask these questions at the time. I didn't think about them at the time. But ultimately, if the director is telling us that this is a place that we could find so that they are not going to be able to spend all of it, then I think it makes sense to remove a small amount of that, and then we can find another place that it would be more useful.
I'd make a motion to remove the $200,000 from project number 50018.
Second. Do we want to vote on it or any other discussion?
We should vote on it.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
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 Nay.
Well, I can talk about roads and sidewalks, but I'll save that until we get to adding. Anybody got anything else that they're looking to cut? No? Do we want to move on to adding, or are you guys still looking?
Not looking to cut.
Alderman Finlayson, anything else, or you want to move on to adding?
I'm just a little surprised at how we're approaching this. If we had an interest in slashing our CIP items, I think it would have served us better to have a public meeting to do so. And so I am very uncomfortable with how we're approaching this. So, but I have no.
These are recommendations that
Right.
I know that, and still recommendations come out of general discussions that usually are inclusive of everything.
I've been saying since December that the thing I wanted to do is get more money into our roads and sidewalks.
Then you could have had that opportunity when they were before us.
I did.
Okay.
I said I was.
You said the same thing, but now we're getting to the details.
Yeah.
And the details could have been expressed when the director was here openly with all of us.
I mean, most of them were. Like when we're talking about Annapolis Walk, I asked those questions in front of all of them
Why Annapolis Walk?
because it seemed like a lot of money for parking.
Consider the community. I'm just saying, but
I will
but
cut
I'm
anywhere
sure.
that we can find an $18,000
Yes, I know.
parking space. I
Okay.
will cut. So, okay, additions then. You all have things you'd like to bring forward as potential additions.
I have sure. I think it's an addition. Under page 46, project number 40056, general existing waterfront access infrastructure. I had a question for Director of Public Works if there was specific projects that had been identified or if it was a general fund, and if it, the availability of identifying a specific project, and if I were able to identify a specific project, I would identify the Annapolis Street and Park to be placed for this funding.
So you're asking simply that he list the specific project?
Correct.
I think that's a good recommendation.
Sure. So the recommendation is to list out specific projects within the project on page 46.
Correct.
Is that acceptable to our budget manager? Yeah, I'm asking you.
What was the question?
Can we, on page 46 of the capital projects, general existing waterfront access structure, project number 40056,
Mm-hmm.
can we list the specific projects that funding is going towards, if there are specific projects, so that we can identify if there are projects that we would like to fit under there that are not included?
You can absolutely, do that if you wish. My understanding of this project, just to give you background, was that it was really for an assessment, a comprehensive assessment on where we could actually have waterfront access infrastructure placed. Is that your intention or do you actually want it to be built?
So this says this project is for the repair or replacement of existing city waterfront access infrastructure.
Okay.
But
So,
it does speak to an assessment. If you read further,
right.
To be conducted in FY24.
It says the new recurring, repair program will be based on a comprehensive assessment of city-owned waterfront infrastructure. So, yeah.
So I guess I'm asking if that assessment has actually taken place. It has not.
No.
so the date needs to be 26 instead of 20.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you want to call out a specific project, by all means.
Thank you. That's my. And I guess the same would go for page 47 if there are specific projects that have been identified or if it's just general as they come.
So just to give background on this one, general roadways, we've kept this description static every year because DPW creates a list internally. We've never called out particular projects, but again, your purview.
Okay. And then if we go to page 48, that is where we're possibly going to be adding the $500,000 to the current $7 million.
Wait. But you're talking
Page 48.
$500,000 to the current $600,000.
Gotcha. Sorry. I was talking total.
That's okay. Oh, I see. Yeah. Yes, that is my intention. Yeah. Well,
So if approved, these three amendments that we've just discussed, removing CIP funds removing funds from 3 CIP projects, if approved, that's where we would add the 500,000.
that's my hope.
Thank you.
But I was going to do that as kind of a separate.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. And then just, general roadways, there is, and I'm happy to pass it along, there is a list that DPW has of what they have scheduled.
Thank you. I would love to see that.
Yeah, I know. It's shorter than you might think.
For $37 million.
Exactly.
So Alderwoman, did you add anything to general sidewalks or?
Only if we are able to pass the 3 amendments that were previously discussed today.
So yeah, I was going to make a separate recommendation last time, but I have to make it now. So my recommendation is to add $500,000 to the general sidewalk fund in FY26.
That's your motion.
That's my motion.
Second.
Motion as a second from Alderwoman O'Neill.
There was a previous motion that was made that wasn't second. Karma, you made an amendment that wasn't seconded, so we don't.
No, I did not make the amendment. I was asking a question.
Yeah. So, okay, unless there's further discussion about this, the concept is adding $500,000 to the general sidewalks. I have checked with our public works director, and he felt like they have the existing capacity to spend up to as much as $1.5 million on sidewalks. So, just to the due diligence on that, we're not talking about that much. But yeah, so the motion's on the table. Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I fully support increasing the funding for sidewalks. I totally oppose the slash approach that you've taken, particularly to Annapolis Walk, on so many discriminatory fronts. And so while I want to support this, I will not support stripping funds from Annapolis Walk to.
We crossed that one out.
Yeah,
We
to
did
be
not.
clear,
It
this
did not
is
get
not.
passed.
I'm sorry.
So the 500,000 is 100,000 from the removal of Pit Moyer restroom,
Mm-hmm.
200,000 Acton Cove, and 200,000 out of traffic signal rehab.
Okay, so there was no motion to strip the funding from Annapolis Walk.
Correct.
Okay. Well.
There was a
I-
motion, but it was defeated.
Well,
Pardon me?
actually, no, there was never any.
Oh, there was never a motion. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I still have an issue with stripping $100,000 from the restrooms at Pit Moyer.
All right.
I'm,
You could bring forward an amendment if you wanted to make it only $400,000 to additional to general sidewalks, or
well, if that will be accepted as a motion on the floor, I believe, for 500,000, I would agree to 400,000 if that's agreeable to the maker.
I would rather have 500,000. But you're welcome to make the amendment, and we could vote on the amendment.
Well, there's an amendment on the floor now. And it wasn't accepted, obviously, as a friendly amendment to change it from 500 to 400. So we have to vote on the First Amendment that's on the floor.
All right. So all those in favor of adding $500,000 to the general sidewalks, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those
Nay.
opposed, nay. All right. Would you
And
like?
then I will make a motion that we add 400,000 to the general sidewalks fund.
All right. All those in favor?
We need a second.
Oh,
Second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Nay.
Nay.
Okay. Anything else we want to add in the capital?
Mr. Chair, I would like that we make sure that that vote is recorded and the Second Amendment be recorded also.
Sure.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I just want to make sure what Alderwoman O'Neill was discussing on page 46. Did you guys come to a consensus on that?
There was never a motion on the floor, so that wasn't
was or
resolved,
was
but I'm
not.
not sure if we have a resolution. A resolution in the non-technical.
More than anything, it was a question, and I'll ask the DPW director.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else? Okay. Seeing none, I have two fines I'd like to bring up. Oh, there we go. There's our DPW director. I have two fines I'd like to bring up. Unless, it's
Mr. Chair, I would like for us to go back and deal with the CIP since Mr.
Yeah.
Vogel's in the room.
sure. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind.
He's on a mic right there.
Oh yeah, either way. Sorry, Ken, we're back to CIPs. Alderman Finlayson, you're welcome to have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Vogel, I'm a little perturbed right now because the proposal, even though it did not come to a vote, was to eliminate the portion of the CIP that speaks to Annapolis Walk parking. And the dollar amount that you gave the chairman was $17,000 a parking space.
Well, it was $700,000 total, right?
Correct. $700,000 total.
I just want to understand, because this project has been in the works for a number of years, and it would greatly benefit the community, not just the park, but the parking. And you
Sure.
understand the difficulty in parking everywhere, but it's also a problem in my ward, and particularly in this community. So now there's an attachment to why we should not do this parking because of the cost. So help me to understand why that's a good move for the finance committee and the council to take.
I don't view it as my role to advise you whether something is a good move or not a good move. I can just tell you what it costs.
And that cost includes, or can you tell me what that cost includes per space?
Right. It's roughly, just going off of memory here, roughly 70 spaces will be constructed at a cost of $700,000, and that will include stormwater management, relocating the sidewalk.
Okay, so the stormwater portion, that is built into
In the
cost?
$700,000.
In the
correct.
700,000.
Correct.
Could that be allocated somewhere else, other in the stormwater fee?
Could the source of the funding be the Watershed Restoration Fund?
Yes.
I suspect that would not be an appropriate use of that fund, but I could follow up. I think, I think that's generally to add treatment. How we generally use that, and then projects are kind of required to at least be fully funded when it's when there would be an increase in impervious surface. So for instance, like the primary cost here is that we're using permeable pavement and permeable concrete for the sidewalks. So that cost is just the cost.
Okay, so how, it does sound extremely high. And I've asked for an analysis of what parking costs everywhere. If we're going to look at what it takes to increase parking in Ward 4, then I want to know what the cost is.
Sure.
This is a very unique situation in that we're making parking spaces.
Right.
Because we have a little bit of space, 3 feet on each side, to do that. So it's a unique situation. But we're putting in new sidewalks, new curbs, we're doing the stormwater treatment, and we're doing the paving of all the parking spaces. Okay, so that's in my mind, a very inclusive project. But we're saying that it's just parking. And I'm not seeing it as just parking.
So maybe if I can put a fine point.
Could
on
we
that.
let him answer,
Sure, yeah,
please?
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll just make an observation and then ask you to clarify the question you're looking for from me. But what is making this particularly expensive on a per spot added is that we are having to remove so much parking to create this parking, right? So $10,000 per spot would be a little bit on the high, would be the high end of if you had a blank slate and you were just going to create parking. $10,000 per spot would be the upper end of that range. This parking is so much expensive per spot added because we're having to remove so much parking, right? Because we're just kind of changing the geometry to use the space that's there occupied by the existing parallel parking to create head-in parking, which allows us to add, I believe, 30 spaces. Maybe it's 40. But it is the loss of the existing parking that is really driving up the cost per
The loss of what? I'm
the
sorry.
existing parking, right? Because
Okay.
we're not adding, let's say taking out a road to add parking or adding parking on a bare piece of land. We're adding parking where there's already parking, and so it is that it is the loss of those existing parking spaces that just kind of makes the arithmetic what it is.
Okay, so there's parking there. There is a roadway there that's already existing. So we're adding 3 feet of roadway. And I know the paving is expensive.
Yes.
Can you speak to, and probably not, probably I should be the one speaking to the value that this brings the community.
I cannot.
That's why I said you cannot. But I can, as it being my community, and I live 2 blocks from there. And I should be speaking to my colleagues. And Alderwoman O'Neill touched on this eloquently, and thank you. This brings great value to the community, and that's important. That's important to our
Absolutely.
community. And so I would like to see, not to put more work on you, but I would like to see a breakdown of the costs. And I'm going to ask for that in every place that we're talking about parking. Because if we're going to compare this unique situation to others, then I should be able to talk about the value that this brings. So thank you for coming to respond to that.
My pleasure.
Can I ask you just one last question, Director Vogel? You kind of started to get at this. What's a typical cost to produce different kinds of parking spaces, right? You kind of mentioned if we were going to do underground, if we were going to do just somewhere there's already a field. I understand there's big ranges probably, but
Sure. Yeah. So on the high end, right, Hillman Garage is a very expensive, it's a very difficult place to build a parking garage and then demolish the existing one as part of that. So that turned out to be $60,000 per spot. We did an estimate for some work on Duke of Gloucester Street associated with circulation improvements. Also very, very expensive because we have to move utility. We would, if we were going to do one of the options we've evaluated that would remove less parking, the cost per spot there was in that same range, $40,000 or $50,000 per spot, because we're having to move entire electric poles out of the way. So that's like the extreme high end. In my Navy career, we built parking garages for about $20,000 a spot. Of course, that was 10 years ago. So, that would no longer probably be a great number. I would use 30,000 probably for a fairly middle of the road parking structure cost per spot. And then, on the very cheap end, you wouldn't be able to build a spot for less than $2,000. That would be the bare minimum, and that would probably not include, any curb, any sidewalk, things like that. No stormwater management. Just that's the cost of asphalt and paint and mobilization.
Thank you.
Yeah. Might have these numbers somewhere in her archives of what it cost us per space for Hillman Garage.
Like I said, I can give you that right off the top of my head. Created 560 spots. I think the construction cost was about $35 or $40 million.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I do recall, though, getting those numbers when we were trying, many times, when we were trying to decide whether to renovate Hillman or rebuild Hillman. And we did the renovation first, and then we did the rebuild, of course. But we were given those numbers, and that's why I said
Sure.
Director Trudeau probably has those numbers deep in the archives in the finance department. But I'm
Not all that deep. I still work with that team, right?
right. So thank you.
I'd just say I think the distinction there is that we're making money off those spots. We're making money off of it. We're not talking about charging for parking here.
We're talking about quality of life.
Right. I mean, and
Absolutely.
unfortunately, right, that's kind of, we're in the situation where we are, because when the area was developed with the number of parking spots that were required to be, put in at that time. That would have been the best time to create an adequate number of parking spots. And usually when you do go in after the fact with some sort of a retrofit, it is quite a bit more expensive.
And that's just the beginning of the problems with the development as a whole, as you know.
I'm sure.
We won't even go there.
While we have the director here, does anybody have any other questions about capital projects?
No.
No? All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Director Vogel. So, all right, now I'm switching gears over to fines. Tab D, I think. No, tab C. So I read through all of these fines, and I won't pretend to be an expert. If somebody tells me why I'm wrong on some of these things, then I would be very open to hearing that. But there were a few that jumped out to me as being incommensurate with the issue. And one in particular, look, folks can feel free to laugh at me for this one, but I had a guy come up to me a little while ago and say, I was representing a kid because, and I did this work pro bono. This guy came up to me, he was a lawyer. He's like, I did some pro bono representation for a guy because he got a $250 ticket. Because he was walking from one house on Dock Street to another house on Dock Street, and he had a hard seltzer in his hand. He had a $250 ticket for that as his first time offense. So I went and looked it up. And what we have right now, the maximum fine that you can get for simply having an open container of alcohol, not in your car, but on the street, is 90 days in jail. So, and apologies, I don't have the page right in front of me on this. But so my suggestion is that we, for the first offense, change what's currently up to $500 or 90 days in jail down to just $100, no more than $100 for the first offense. And for the second offense, we strike the up to 90 days in jail.
Page 2,
Page 2, thank you.
about halfway, 2/4 of the way down. 2/3 of the way down.
Public consumption and possession. And Mr. Trudeau, you were going to double check on this. Did we have any problem with state law? Have you had a chance to look into that?
I have not had a chance.
Okay, that's fine.
You're on.
Under C. It's 7.12.420. E.
Yeah. 90 days in jail for drinking a beer on your front step seems a little absurd. So I will make a motion. I'm happy to discuss it some more, but I'll make a motion that we change the fine that's currently labeled as public consumption and possession. We change the fine for initial offense down to not to exceed $100.
And no jail time.
Correct. Yeah, striking out the or imprisonment for not to exceed 90 days or both. And then that we change the fine for repeat or continuous violations to not to exceed $500, striking the rest after the or imprisonment for not to exceed.
I'll second that.
I need clarification, please.
Sure.
The example you gave was a guy sitting on his step. This, however, goes far beyond somebody sitting on a step, does it not?
Well, no, it's public consumption and possession.
Yeah.
Okay. But it goes far beyond sitting on your front stoop.
No, he said walking from one house to another down the street. Walking from one front stoop.
But
What'd you
yes,
say? 2 doors down.
I don't remember exact number, but on the same. The public consumption and possession. The third.
I see it. Mhm. This concerns me because it is broad. And I would ask that maybe we get some guidance from the police department, who are the ones who have to handle this, or even the law department.
I've just
Didn't
sent
it
an
say
email.
public roadways, not highways.
I just sent an email down to Mr. Lyles.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think there's any way I'm going to get convinced that drinking a beer outside in any situation should be punishable with 90 days.
Then why wouldn't you just amend that to take the 90 days of jail away? But you're making it sound as if it's not a problem, or that it's not that it's acceptable. And
Well,
I contend it's not acceptable.
Sure, it's not acceptable. That's why it's in code as a violation. But I just don't think the punishment is commensurate with the crime.
So why wouldn't you just remove the imprisonment for 90 days if that's
And
an
shouldn't,
issue?
sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But it's also under 7.12.100, which is public consumption and possession, not public.
Correct. This is what I'm suggesting is not related to
The public highway.
highways.
So I had the
to
wrong
roadways.
one notated.
Oh, I see. Yeah, you were looking at 7.12420. I'm talking about 7.12
100.
100C. Yes. Yeah. No. Don't be drinking and driving. Absolutely.
I'm willing to second that.
Would we like to debate this more, or can we vote?
Do we
Well,
want
I
to?
just, I'm opposed to us loosening our restrictions on public consumption. I understand the imprisonment part, and I'd be willing to accept that amendment, but I'm not going to open the door, whether it's a beer or anything else, to encourage public consumption of alcohol.
So then, then I'll move it as two separate motions, then, if that's okay with you, Alderwoman Finlayson.
That's fine.
And so the first, I'll call my previous one, which Alderwoman O'Neill is second. My first motion will be to, in 7.12 100C, strike or imprisonment for not to exceed 90 days or both from both the initial offense and repeat or continuous violence. Is there a second to that?
Second.
All those in favor of removing the jail time punishment for drinking a beer in public, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Excellent. All right. And then secondly, I would like to respectfully disagree. I understand your opinion here. But I would like to bring forward a motion to change the, only for the initial offense, change the not to exceed to be $100 instead of. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Do I want to have any additional debate?
Well, discussion, not to exceed $100, which means they could get a $10 fine for drinking in public.
Alderman, you'll want to, and if I'm understanding your desire here, sorry for lack of better terms, is one of these could supersede the other. So you want to make sure that if you want to get rid of the 90 days in your amendment now, you would want to say not to exceed whatever that dollar amount is and strike the imprisonment or not to exceed 90 days or both.
Okay, I think you and I are on the same page on what we want to do. So
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear that
essentially, well, let me put it this way: my amendment is to change that 5 to a 1.
yes,
The imprisonment part's already been.
but this is going to be voted on after.
Okay, so to do everything we just did, also to change 500 to 1.
Because what could happen, right, is you change the $100, but not the strikeout of everything else.
Sure, I hear you.
If it goes before the rest of the council.
Yeah. Okay. Is there additional debate, or can we just vote? Yeah.
So just to be clear, your not to exceed in the first column is going to be $100.
Yes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Okay. One other one that I had was, we're talking about speed cameras here. We only have a $40 fine for speed cameras. As we know, we're worried about I'm sorry, I don't know what page. But yeah, when we have to have sworn officers reviewing every one of these. $40 just struck me as low. In a perfect world, I could
Page 5.
Thank you. Could see us making this very complicated, but rather than try and do that, I suggested simply that we go from 40 to 50.
The third one down, 12.08.14.
Thank you. The speed monitoring system. And that would be for both the first offense and the second offense. Any thoughts on that?
Well, my question is, what is that? Is that a ticket for speeding? If you go through drive down Hilltop Lane and pass that little box there, you get a $40 ticket for speeding on Hilltop Lane?
Correct. Yeah.
There must be more to it, because they wouldn't have put all those yellow things up in the middle of the road to deter accidents that were happening there. So I'm not clear. I have a feeling there's another cost here, and whether it's a police issue, if you know, I don't know. This just doesn't sound right.
I'm sorry, another cost?
The if you speed down Hilltop Lane
Mhm.
and you get a ticket in the mail, it's only going to be for $40 for speeding down Hilltop Lane?
I believe so. They had implemented some measures to
At the state level, right? They made some changes to what we could charge, if I remember correct.
correct. You had talked about the yellow.
Yeah, well, I was just saying they were put up as a result of the speeding on Hilltop Lane, or the accidents primarily on Hilltop Lane.
To encourage, kind of set up an environment that itself encourages people to
Mm-hmm.
drive slower.
But if this is really the fine that you get for speeding, then I do believe that it's low. You speed down South Dakota Avenue, you get $100 ticket.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, if you wanted to make it even higher, Alderman Finlayson, I'd be open to that. It was going up to 50 seemed like kind of the least we could do.
Well, I don't have a problem with it going up to 50. I mean, but I would like to know, and not to belabor this, how many tickets do we give on Hilltop Lane and on our other speed cameras?
We give 50 citations per day is what or they review 50 citations per day is what the police department told us when they came before.
So do we know how much revenue we're generating?
They generate $238,600.
Off
A
of
day.
5.
Sorry, $283,600. Not per day, total in the year.
283.
So you want to do the math on that? Boy, we could raise some additional money. Well, now, hopefully, this provides an additional deterrent, right? But I mean, back of the envelope calculation is you're increasing it by 1.25.
About
So
5,000 a day.
it's an addition, or it's an additional 5,000 per day, or
No.
right?
If you take the 280 divided by 52, or
Sure.
it's about 5,000 per week. Sorry.
Yeah, I knew. So theoretically, this would increase our revenues by 70,000. Now, probably a little less than that. Hopefully, we have a bigger deterrent effect. But I'm not doing it for the revenue. I just think it's too low to meaningfully deter people from speeding and killing people.
I would agree with you, and I really think it's too low, period. 50 is even too low. And I'm just thinking Hilltop Lane, where we've had all the accidents and all the now roadway deterrents. But
what if we expanded your motion and said 50 for the first offense and up to 100 for the second?
That would be
That's
better.
That might be a better deterrent, so
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
knowing that you have another offense that increases.
I think let's make that our recommendation. I want to double check with the police department that is technically possible, right? They might not be recording the with these systems. Did somebody get a charge before? But in theory, I'm behind it. Yes, Director.
I was
Moran?
just going to add that we do use a third party. So I don't know the capability. I can get back to you on that with the vendor of the capability of tracking when they send out the citations, who's a first offense, who's a second offense. And then also the revenue side. I know you're not doing it for revenue, but there are fees taken out of that. So the revenue side is not like the total fee that we collected.
Sure.
That's net of the charges that we pay to the third party.
Thank you for reminding me of that. Yes, and I think the charges are under finance, correct? In our operating book?
I think so. And I
Correct.
just want to say that 2 budgets ago, we did alter parking so that second offenses were increased. Second and the second and more offenses were increased. For instance, on page 6, like the parking permit violation went from 70 or 50 for the first, 70 for the second in a 12-month period, 105 for the third. So we did have a lengthy discussion, if you recall, Alderwoman Finlayson, about parking and increasing
Mm-hmm.
the amount per offense. So I don't see, unless there's a problem with the third-party vendor increasing speeding tickets for second and over offenses. It does not seem to be out of line with how we do other moving violations.
Yeah, I think it's just a question of can the system do it technically, but we can put that as part of our recommendation, right? That we increase it to, and I tell you what, boy, you were saying on the other motion, Alderman Finlayson, that's not to exceed. Well, hey, we could strike that out of here too. Just say $40. And that'd be consistent with parking adjacent to yellow line curb or any number of other things. So I will update my motion. Suggest that it changes the fine for speed monitoring system for the first time to be $50, and that it changes the fine for the second time to be $100 and subsequent.
And you're taking out not to exceed in both.
Correct. Taking out not to exceed.
Mhm.
And then I would just ask that we caveat that in our recommendation if it is technically possible.
I would have to believe that since we have a third party vendor who's already doing this and they know that
On page 6, 12.24.13. I think it's on.
Parking an expired meter. Yes.
Um,
This is probably a big one. Thanks for saving the best for last.
I have a request because all 4 of our parking garages are automated enforcement, but 3 of them under one particular company. And so this comes from Metropolis System, but it could be applied also, that we update the fine amount from $50, reducing it to $25, adding on the parking fee and a processing fee. So it would basically parking an Aspire meter off, calling it an off-street violation, $25 plus the amount due for the parking session plus a processing fee would enable the parking contractors to alter their system. The processing fee would be $5.25. Do you want more explanation on that?
No, the only thing I'd say about this is I do think it makes sense to put that part processing fee in written in code.
Okay.
With the understanding that, of course, we can go back each year and change.
Right.
But I think we don't want to totally cede control of that.
Right. So, parking in a garage without starting a parking event. That's what it's called. Without doing anything to pay for that when it's in a garage that charges you upon leaving, would change it so that it would be $25 plus the amount owed. So if you parked there for 2 hours, it would be the $12 plus the processing fee of $5.25.
Works for me.
May I?
Yeah,
Can we-
That makes sense. My only question is, do we know that the $50 does not already include processing or other administrative fees?
It does not.
It does not.
Can you, so we're just trying to understand, say your amendment again. I got the 25 plus processing fee of 525 and the cost of, what was the last thing?
The parking session.
The parking
the hourly
session.
parking. So if
So
I'm
we're-
there for 3 hours, it would be $17.50, I believe. We'll use $17.50 at the moment.
I'm with you now. I couldn't, session was not what I heard.
Parking
Sorry.
event, parking session, parking. The parking contractors use different words. So the amendment would be changing from the fine for initial offense is $50. And I would like to have an amendment that changed it so that in an off-street violation, $25 plus the amount due for the parking session plus the processing fee of $5.25. So if a car is pulled into Scott's garage and didn't initiate the parking event or session,
Mhm.
that's what they would be. Currently, they're charged $50
So do you,
because it's listed as an expired meter,
Mhm.
which people are contesting.
Mhm.
And winning because they've said that they weren't parked at a meter. They're parked in a.
do you want this to be just for the initial offense or for the second one as well? Or the reoccurring? Both. All right. So same verbiage there. Now you had said off-street violation. What if there's an expired meter on there aren't any?
Expired meter will still stay at $50.
Got
So
it.
this is adding a line item to that, calling it off-street violation.
So are we actually adding a 12.2.4.0130
130A or a B.
B?
I don't think it would be
I-
denoted that way because that's referring to the section. So I think it would stay within 12.24 130.
So would this have to be in the code then if it's a new fee?
No, I think I defer to our Office of Law or city manager, but I think not. We're just changing the structure for the existing.
I'll send this down to Mr. Lyles. So what I have right now is 1224 130, parking at expired meter 50/50, and then off-street violation is the 25 plus processing fee of 525 and the cost of the parking session, which is the hourly cost.
I just emailed you a screenshot of what the parking contractor suggested so that you can see what I'm seeing when I'm talking.
And I think the trick is just making sure also with the Office of Law it doesn't have horrible implications for our Hillman agreement. Yes.
Yeah,
You seem like you want to say something about that.
no, I just, the code as written talks about a parking meter or regulated parking area. I think the code itself sort of speaks to both, and a parking garage is a regulated parking area. But the intent, I think, is to separate and clarify this particular fee applies in this kind of situation. This other fee applies in this kind of situation. I don't think I've really heard comments about needing to change this portion of the code, more the clarification on the fee side.
That's well. So, do we ever actually have a motion?
That's my motion.
Okay, I'll second it. Are we ready to vote? Yeah. Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
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 All those opposed? Nay? Say nay. I'm not saying. All right. Anything else today for the good of the order?
Mr. Chair, do we have a report?
What kind of report?
Don't we have a report due on Monday?
Oh, yeah. We have our report. We've been putting together these recommendations with it now. I think maybe the committee should meet briefly before the full council meeting to just put our final seal of approval on it. Does that work for you?
Well, suppose there's changes that have to be made. I mean, we're rushing through this. I feel like we're rushing through this, and we're not giving. Are we counting on Kalen to write this for us?
No, we're all going to each write the portions that we agreed to yesterday.
And I did that, and I submitted it because I thought it was all due today, so that we could each look at the entire report and make any changes. But you don't have an interest in doing that.
Oh no, I think we should all. Yeah, I think the committee at some point needs to vote on the final report before we present it to the full council. So my suggestion is that we do that we have that vote on Monday. We could do that morning on Monday. I think maybe just do it right before the council meeting.
Well, suppose there are changes. Suppose there are corrections. When will that happen? That we're not very prepared if we're doing it right before the meeting. I'm sorry. We've kind of just glossed over what this report has to say. It has to have a tremendous introduction, much of which comes from the finance department and you as chairman who's writing this. But we don't see any of it.
Sure. Yeah, it's true. We do not have it written yet. The deadline for that is Monday. So what I'm suggesting is that we vote on it before we submit it to the council.
Well, if we're going to delay this until Monday, then we should meet early on Monday so that there is an opportunity to make any corrections and to make sure everything is there. Everything should be there today.
That was not my understanding. Perhaps I misunderstood, but it was not my understanding that it needed to be there. I cannot meet during the day in person on Monday, but I would be happy to do it right before the council meeting or to join.
Well, I don't think meeting right before the council meeting will, as I'm saying for the third time, give us an opportunity to make corrections in the report. Now, if you don't, that's not a value. I mean, what are we doing right now? Sitting here debating when we could be talking through the report.
Well, I think what we've just debated is all going in the report, right? Like all of our recommendations for each department is going to go in the report based on what we do.
What's the format for that? Where do they go in the report?
They go under the section that says recommendations for each department.
Well, we don't have a section for recommendations for each department.
We do.
Generally, there's at the very end of the report, we give our committee recommendations. So we're changing that format?
No, in the FY25 Finance Committee report, it has recommendations both within each department and altogether at the end. That's what we do again. Right? I'm looking at FY26, but that's how it was in FY25.
Well, we gave our accomplishments and our challenge.
Right.
So now you're asking, because I can go back and make the recommendations by department.
Yeah.
But my recollection was that we had all of the recommendations at the very end of the report, so that there was one place where everyone could see. It's opposed to having to go back to each department.
No, I think that makes sense to have them all in one place too. But I mean, my intention is to follow the format that was developed last year, and in that format, there's recommendations both within each department and all together at.
And so that's what we're doing.
Yep. So, how much time do you think we might need to go over this on Monday? Would you like to meet at 5:30?
Well, Mr. Chair, I think we should, I mean, we have staff who's going to be here with us going through this. And you're saying you can't meet in the morning on Monday.
Right.
Well, or tomorrow. I'm just not very comfortable with us presenting a report that's not even, we have no opportunity to make sure, one, that all the pieces are there, unless you're going to take this responsibility and put it all together. Make sure that everything is there, and it's all correct.
Yeah, ultimately, I do take responsibility for what comes out of it, but my intention is that we would all vote on it and be supportive of the full committee report. But nothing's going to go in there that's not either a fact as presented by the department directors and finance department or the recommendations that we've just. So, again, I'm happy to find time to make sure that we can vote on it, but I don't think we're going to need a multi-hour session to retool the report.
Well, I didn't suggest a multi-hour session, but I think we do need more than, an hour before the meeting to read through the report. I mean, if the report isn't, I feel like we're giving it short shrift, and maybe that's just me.
Can I make a commitment to you, Alderwoman Finlayson? I will commit to you that by the end of the day on Sunday, I will have the full report to you. Give you a full day to review it, get back with any suggestion. I mean, assuming that's fine with Alderwoman O'Neill's timeline as well for getting your departments done. That by the end of the day Sunday, we would all have our departments done. And then that would give all day on Monday to review it, get in touch with any concerns. We can vote on approving it before the full council meeting. Does that work?
Well, that's fine. We have no choice. I guess I misunderstood, because this was supposed to be ready today. This was supposed to be our last day of deliberations.
It was. I did not have time yesterday after the 4 meetings that I had for council, 2 work meetings, before it was midnight. I was not going to mess midnight. I'm sorry. I would be a mess today.
And my understanding was that the work that we're doing here is informing that report. And so it's actually putting the report together is relatively pro forma.
Only if you're cutting and pasting. But I think it deserves attention. It deserves a close reading and scrutiny. This is a big document. It's very important for what we do.
Sure. Yeah, no doubt about it. I think that we've had a lot of discussion about these potential recommendations.
So the earlier we can meet on Monday to finalize it would be better, I believe, so that if there are changes, that there will be time, and we should be giving these reports to the full council. Yeah. So it needs to be printed out and prepared for them with all the attachments if there are.
Can we plan to meet? You can't.
I can do it virtually, but I have to be in my office.
All right. Could we plan to do a virtual meeting Monday morning, say like 9 a.m.? Did that work for you?
I find it difficult to approve a report virtually. I mean, if we have to, but he's going to be working. I mean, he said he can't be. So, if we get the report on Sunday, then I will take the time, I hope we all will, and read it. And as early as we can meet to make corrections. And if you think that'll work virtually, but we need everybody's attention on this. So that concerns me if,
Would you like to meet on Sunday evening?
Oh, that's not fair. We've been cutting our meeting short and rushing through all of this.
We've
and-
followed the schedule that we all voted, other than we had to
adding-
cancel Tuesday.
Okay. We didn't have to. We could have. We could have been working on the report on Tuesday, but that's all. So what's the earliest we can get together on Monday to review the final draft of it? That gives staff adequate time to print out everything, first of all, to make any necessary corrections.
I think the earliest I can be back in Annapolis is 5:30 p.m. Unless you want to do it virtually.
Alderwoman O'Neill, are you comfortable with approving this final report? You've been through this. You know how significant this is.
Yeah. I'm trying to calendar too.
Yeah.
I canceled my day.
Right.
But I think that we should work to have final report by tomorrow. And if we could even meet virtually tomorrow at some point in time to go through after we've all had a chance to read through it, so that then we could make suggestions that we could then forward to Kaylin. There were changes because Kaylin ultimately in the past has gone through and formatted it, made it look presentable. So if we were able to give those to her by tomorrow, that would be a better than waiting until 5:30 on Friday.
Sure. Yeah, I think that feels good.
Kaylin, does that work for you? I mean, you're the one that's going to be, putting this all together. My biggest concern is not our piece.
All right. So we will have we'll have the report completed by the end of the day today. Meet at 12:30 tomorrow to go. Yeah. All right. I could do either one. Do you have a preference?
Are you scheduled to?
No. Good.
Oh, that's right. Tomorrow's Friday. I'm on Monday, though. So
12:30 I could do in person.
Okay.
well, I'll check. I
would say an hour, Kaylin.
Yeah. Oh, no, I can't.
No.
I have 11:30 eye doctor's appointment.
You have a doctor's appointment at 11:30?
11:50 to 12:50 ophthalmology appointment. I could do 2, I think, or even 1. What time did you say? 12:30?
Yeah, could we do one?
I could do. Mark is saying 1:30.
1. Okay. 1.
I'm gonna be late if it's 1 because my doctor's office does. My appointment doesn't end until 12:50.
Let's say 1:50. Can we do that?
Okay.
Is your doctor's appointment close enough?
It's in Riva, on Riva Festival.
Okay. 1:15. All right. Well, with that, I think we can move to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye.